Hey, Keith, the one, Darren, driving your life away, David, Frank, Jerome. Um, it's 2:36, and I'll try to. Hey, Shake, good to see you. Barefoot, um, good evening. I'll try to finish by 4. I think Ham will call in around 3 o'clock, and uh, I look young. Yeah. Compared to Joe Biden, um, 199. I was watching tennis. Um, Let me just talk a little bit about Finger. Um, Finger is $2, 199 by 201. The volume is 393,000. Um, when I first got involved with Finger, um, it was just me. I heard about it through a friend, and um, I made money. Well, I didn't make money on my first trade. I lost. I forgot what I paid for it. A lot. Uh, I can't remember right now. Something in the 5, 6, 7, 8 range, I think, but could be wrong. Anyway, they drove it down to under $1, and I was like, I didn't have that much. This is a long time ago, and I ended up adding to my position while it was down. No one told me to do it. I wasn't talking to anybody. And then the stock ran. It ran to like $15. I didn't sell. I sold 1,000 shares, I think, to buy something else, but otherwise I didn't sell. And of course, it came back down. But I really believed we were on to something in terms. I hadn't known what goes on in the markets. I had a vague understanding of short selling from into offerings. You know, when companies would do secondaries or IPOs, I was aware, having worked overseas, and I also having traded those shares, that I became aware that particularly offshore, there was a short selling that would happen into those offerings. And I just assumed you had to be big institutions or big clients to do it. And I didn't know that it was so pervasive. But I really thought we were onto something. I really do not believe that FingerMotion is going to squeeze. Uh, I think it's totally under control. Now, it may, but I think from an investment standpoint, you cannot predict when a squeeze happens. It has to shock or surprise the bad guys. They control everything, and they're going after metamaterials. They shake down metamaterials. They go after the CEO of Torchlight. They have people, they being this protected criminal class. They have people all over Twitter, everywhere, to talk down stocks. They day trade stocks. And today, what I think's happening in Finger is just crossing and closing out positions that these people have made. Now, I hesitate to tell you because I really don't want you buying, and I can't give you financial advice. I lost a lot of money in Finger. Um, and I feel badly for everybody who has lost money. But I think Finger, as I've been saying, although it's down It's down what, 40 cents, 50 cents from when over the last weeks when I've been saying this. So now the number's lower, but I think you can see a double in the price of Finger, maybe more, over the next 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. Maybe it's much better than that. And maybe there's a squeeze. But I wouldn't be planning on, I wouldn't be buying it for a squeeze. I think this is a real company with real prospects. And I think it's on the verge of breaking out of the trap that Jeff Easton and Lynn Partners put it in. But having said that, it's really powerful. What let me put it differently. I don't think you should be using your money to fight Wall Street. Wall Street is set up to destroy retail, and it's set up to destroy these stocks. And I stick by what I've said now for almost 2 years. Gary Gensler does not care about it, but neither does anybody else. And so it's a real Sisyphean job to try to pick a needle in the haystack that's going to work out. I do believe FingerMotion. I'm trying to get the video. Kristen Shaughnessy helped me to chop it, but I'm trying to shorten that video, get it up again. It's unfortunately, it says it still has another couple of hours to go, so that you don't have to listen to the beginning and the end. It's shorter. But I do advise listening to Martin Shen again carefully and try to hear what he can't say. I don't know anything. I don't have, uh, I don't have something that I'm withholding from you that I know. But I have a sense of is from listening to him and the last interviews and meeting him, he's not going to do a deal where he helps out the criminals. He's not going to take money from the criminals. He's also not going to reverse split. He said all these things, maybe not as bluntly as I'm saying it, but he said it in the interviews. So, and they're really focused on growth. They've got the China risk. When in his interview, they missed their numbers in the first quarter of their 25, what they just announced on Friday. When people would ask me, is our earnings going to work? I said, no, I don't expect good. I don't expect some sort of gangbuster numbers. And sure enough, but if you listen to them, they're moving forward. There were a couple. Let me say the other. So number one, that gives a reason for the shorts to go to work. But look, they go to work in every single stock. We shouldn't be buying these stocks probably, unless we believe in them for the long haul. But they go to work on bad news. They go to work on good news too. But I would say it was neutral news. But then also in the interview, he talked that the Apple Care is on hold because the U.S. insurance agency just had a very complicated back office approval or whatever. It wasn't really clear to me. They still will try to pursue that, but it's on hold now. That's disappointing. I also learned, which I was told by somebody I trust, and I didn't know how to look it up, but it's not mandatory. I've been saying for, I don't know, 9 months, my understand or longer maybe, that my understanding is that the Apple so-called warranty insurance of a new phone is mandatory. Apparently it's not. So anyway, I don't think if the shorts were listening, I'm sure they were. I don't think that scared them. In fact, it might have given them encouragement to short further. That's my opinion of what's going on. I don't think there's any real sellers here. But Wall Street will tell you there's systems in place. This stock shouldn't be trading higher. You know, it's just a fight we cannot win. The other thing that we learned that was, oh, he said he needed to raise money. And as soon as you say that, the criminals go to work. And this is just how they do it, because they figure you're going to go raise money. You're going to go to a front for a hedge fund like Jeff Easton, and they're going to look and they're going to say, well, your stock's trading at $2. And the C is going to say, no, my stock's worth $5. They say, well, the market is telling you it's worth $2. Well, it's rigged. It's a false number. It's pressure that Gary Gensler allows. But guess what? No one is going to go after Gary Gensler. No one's going to go after the SEC. No one's going to go after the hedge funds. No one. No one. They're going to go after the CEO if they can, not in this case, because he doesn't do anything wrong. Or they're going to come on and say, oh, those are pump and dumpers. You should never have been in the stock. But the fact is, these criminals are going to they'll go to bed tonight thinking, well, we know the CEO said in an interview twice, I think, maybe 3 times, that he needs to raise a little bit of money. So he's going to go to somebody. Maybe it's not Jeff Easton. Maybe it's not Kurt Kramer, the 2-time recidivist. Maybe it's not Yorkville Partners, but it'll be somebody. And they'll do a deal that's dilutive at $2 or below. Normally, hedge funds ask for a discount, whether it's in the price of the stock or it's some sort of warrant coverage or whatever. So they think this is free and dandy to short it down here, because the CEO is going to validate. If you look at what Collective Audience did, the criminals destroyed that stock, and then the CEO validated the price. He had no choice. He needed to raise money because Aubrey Advisors left him without capital. So he had to raise money. He validates the lower price, and boom, Bob's your uncle. The shorts have a home run. And I'm telling you, Gary Gensler will never enforce. That is okay. He might as well say that it's legal, because they will not fight it. They will not penalize against it. Congress doesn't care. The media doesn't care. They simply will not fight it. And then a lot of CEOs, seeing the writing on the wall, working with lawyers who separate a CEO's responsibility is to shareholders. But clever lawyers, because all lawyers are clever, they say, well, Ms. CEO, if you don't save the company, how can you save the shareholders? So as soon as they drive a wedge between the company and shareholders, all of a sudden the CEO's on the side of the company, making the company exist. The CEO makes their bones and their insurances, their daughter's education, their country club, their travel, their salary, their bonuses through the company. And they can always award themselves additional shares through an option plan. Shareholders get screwed. Gary Gensler does not care about this. We're so worked up because it's wrong and it's in the regulations, but he doesn't care about it. Goldman Sachs makes 75%, 85% of their revenue, 75% of their profit because of this. Trust me, Gary Gensler's never going to do anything. Congress is never going to do anything. It's just not happening. So then we end up with CEOs that get compromised. I personally think that Roger Rabbit was in on it out of the gate. And he was all about stripping money from all of us and more for his company. He was successful. He came in, he was a drum major. It's his fight, his $1 billion fight. Well, he funded his company. He doesn't ever have to worry again. COSM, same thing. I think that guy never has to worry for money again. He raised $35 million for a piece of shit company, had contracts, in my judgment. By the way, everything on these videos are in my judgment. And then you have MMAT, whose board was warned not, I know this, I guess it's hearsay. But I know this from somebody telling me directly, where they were warned not to do a deal. But remember, they're going to listen to their lawyers. They're going to do a deal. They destroy the stock price. Now they're fighting. Vocal. That guy comes out fighting, and then all of a sudden he takes the deal, 500 for one split, and now he's fighting. MULN took terribly dilutive fighting because at some point the CEO doesn't want to go work at Walmart, and they'll just say, this is the system. Their lawyers cover their ass. Wall Street smiles and says, don't listen. This is how we can raise money. We're on your side. And it strips companies of equity. It destroys shareholders. Gary, the SEC is never going to do anything about it. This is how Wall Street makes money now. They're never going to change it. So then you look at a CEO like Reichman at GTII, and he, for a long time, was trying to do things to fight the shorts, but even he ran out of patience. It's been almost a year since I started warning that there was, what did I call it? A palace intrigue or a fight in the boardroom. Sometime in it's July. It's a year ago. And I don't think I was wrong in warning about that. I didn't think he would strangle it so closely that it's such a disaster. But when you see GTII go from, I don't know, $4 or $5 down to 10 cents, it's really hard to expect that to go back up ever again. The shorts won in that case, and I congratulate the shorts. Bravo. The criminals, they're breaking the law. In this case, it was the Kramers and the Hurries, but they read the SEC correctly. They were taught by somebody to do this. And this is how they make a massively lucrative living. And because they're only probably collecting 40 cents, probably 60 cents going to the hedge funds, might be worse than that. It's not, they're doing it on behalf of our own funds. It's not going to change. We can't win. The only way we can win is if we catch them by surprise. And I think over the last 2 years, I've learned a lot. I used to think that we were on something with the short squeezes. We saw it happen somewhat in GME, AMC, HKD, TOP, others. And I studied a lot of short squeezes. I read about them and looked at the charts. But I really believe the system bribed some people, whether it's a formal bribe or it's just a promise that will fund your POS company. they got COSM funded for 35 million, and they stopped the squeezes that were going on in Finger and GTII, in my judgment. But that's now over a year ago. I don't see that pressure coming back in either stock in the near term. Now, GTII, I think it'll be hard, but I think there's a way of bringing value into that shell. It's a shell, bringing value with hardworking guys with new capital commitment to bring in assets and rock the world with that. But I would look at GTI not as a short squeeze. I would look at it as trying to get it to go from 10 cents. I say let's go for $9, but realistically, trying to build a $2 or $3 company first, and then making the smart decisions that makes it a $6 company than a $9 company. But it's going to be hard work. You've got to have a CEO who is not out for himself and is willing to say, as my Chinese client says, you must learn to say 2 words, N-O. You got to say no to the criminals. But there's very few CEOs that are going to do that. Now, in the case of FingerMotion, I really believe you have a CEO who will say no to the criminals. I don't think he's ever going to get involved with the pimp again, ever. I believe, years ago, my mother told me when I went through one of my tough periods, she said, as long as the tree, if the tree looks like it's injured or even killed, as long as the roots are strong, the tree will grow back, and it can grow back even better. And I think with Finger, the roots are very strong. I think it can snap back, but the chart looks like shit. The chart looks like shit. And if you're buying it for a short squeeze, that's the wrong reason right now. It could happen. I'm not saying it's impossible. Other people think it can happen tomorrow. I would look at Finger as buying it based on what Martin Shen alluded to. Is it sounds like there might be something douche ex machina coming in from off stage that's going to be big. I don't know what it is. I don't know. There was a lot of excitement when I met with the company up in New York. But today they're testing everybody. I think if you like the 6-month story, the 1-year story, the 18-month story, or the 2 or 5-year story, this is a great price. But could it go cheaper? Sure. The chart looks awful. I think you probably got to, unfortunately, they just announced their earnings. You may have to wait as much, that sell in May and go away. You may have to wait till the end of the summer for dramatic news. And the stock price has been killed. To me, it's going to take rebuilding. So let me tell you something else about this stock. At $4, which it hasn't been at $4 for a while, but let's just use $4. At $4, the stock goes to $2. That's a drop of 50%, 50. It drops 50%. But to go from $2 to $4 is 100% move. That's a big move. That's a big move. And companies need to work. They have you you've got to burn through the selling, but the selling is nonstop and it's not going to go away. The Wall Street has a system where a front like Jeff Easton, with no talent other than an ability, a really unique ability to lie and charm and manipulate, goes out to CEOs. They get referred to him by Benchmark. He says, oh, we can raise the money. He's got lawyers that are probably referred to him by his hedge fund clients. The hedge fund clients say, look, we will fund anything you can deliver in this kind of product, and we'll give you a kickback. So as soon as FingerMotion did the deal, there were 4, according to what I hear Jeff Easton said, there were 4 hedge funds. He said one might have been short selling. Well, they just start selling stock that doesn't exist. And you just got to face that fact. Gary Gensler will never enforce settlement. He will never outlaw selling shares that do not exist, because hedge funds, his clients at Goldman Sachs, hedge funds can, as I saw them do in FingerMotion, they can sell 100 million shares over 10 days from $7 down to $1. 100 million times 7 is $700 million. Now, that's a lot of money. That can change the profitability of $1 trillion fund. $700 million, at least for a month. They can book that. And the whole goal after they do it is to suppress the stock price so they don't lose those gains. And anytime the stock goes up in any stock, they kind of encourage it. They have Roaring Kitty come on and pump up GME. And then they take advantage of retail coming in and institutions. The only stocks that squeeze, it's institutional money. But in the small rallies, retail pours in, they suck that money out too. They do reverse splits to suck the money out from the prime broker. They try to seller box companies like HPIL and VNUE, 2 settlements that Mark Bazile got against the Kramers. The stocks barely trade anymore. But there's no closing transaction, no taxes paid. It's brilliant. Bankruptcy. As the guy said on the Reddit that I read out, no judge is going to make he didn't use the word short seller. Maybe he said short seller. He didn't use the word counterfeiter. Cover out of bankruptcy. Perfect crime. This is a perfect crime. It's encouraged. It is encouraged by the SEC, FINRA, NASDAQ, and the OTC. These organizations exist so that the plunderers can make money out of the U.S. stock market because there is no enforcement of settlement. This is a well-oiled machine. They have the lawyers, the regulators, the lobbyists, Congress, and market makers such as they are, the Citadels, the NSCs. They have it all. They have it all. So I really think we have to stop looking for short squeezes. All right, hang on. It looks like the speaker disappeared. That's my opinion, by the way. I'm not sure it's...
Battery 30%.
Okay, you can talk. Nope, you can't. Now you can talk.
What?
You're live.
All right. What's your opinion? I missed.
My opinion is that people shouldn't be buying finger right here for a short squeeze, that it's going to take 3 months to rebuild, to strengthen the stock, but it's a great price to buy it.
The
I know everyone has an
Everyone has
opinion.
an opinion.
I know.
So my opinion is that Donald Trump is going to roast these guys, and this is the last ditch effort trying to get people to sell. That's what I see as a trader. That's what I see as a expert on naked short selling for 24 years. All right. The company, the CEO told you they have a big deal. They told you they have a big deal. He's got to announce it because guess what? That's against the law unless he tells you what's going on. He can't keep it quiet for too much longer. So I expect that he's going to come out and basically give you whatever the deal is in China. And anything in China, he's like he told us, is big. So that's as far as the fundamentals go. The fundamental story, companies have up and down quarters. Tesla had a down quarter, the stock went down. Tesla just had an up quarter, went from 138 to 230 today, right? It's the stock market. Goes up and goes down. The shorts are manipulating stocks. Look at Hindenburg, all right? Hindenburg belongs in India. They should hang them in India for what they did. That company lost billions of dollars in market cap so that Kingdom Capital can make $4 million. If you think that's all they made, then you're out of your bird. Those guys they're like vultures. They work together. And I'm sure Hindenburg was paid cash to do it. Same thing what happened with Capybara, Andrew Left, all these characters. Now, someone told me they dropped the lawsuit against Capybara because the company had to keep paying money to chase a ghost in Brazil. You know what? I'm with them. I want to hang the guy, but what are you going to do? Chase someone who has no money? It's a waste of time. It just shows you how crime pays. Anybody wants to do it, start a newspaper. If you're broke and you have no assets, start a newspaper and say whatever the hell you want. No one cares. That's what goes on in this world. That's the U.S. stock market. The SEC doesn't even say anything. The DOJ shouldn't let these guys go on for one more second. At least we have India, a country, going after these characters and expose them for what they are. All right? I'm 100% sure that FingerMotion is going to squeeze. All right? You can make your own decisions, William. I'm telling you that this is an attempt to drive the stock down. This is very different than these other companies. These other companies don't have the fundamentals. This company is building a real company. It's based on business in China in the biggest markets in the world. Right? It takes time to build a company, but at least they know they have a company. All right. Some of these other stocks do not have a company and they have to fight trying to build it. All right. They don't have to go back to the well. The CEO says he's not taking money. I'm sure they're raising money, but they're doing it probably in debt or something like that. Because they said in the videos that he will not hit the equity markets to go after them again. All right, so that's what he's doing. All right, but I can't guarantee it. That's not my bit. I don't know. But based on what he's saying in videos, just go watch the videos and put it together and make your own decision. I look at this as a great opportunity. William thinks something else. Hey, that's the way it goes.
No, you didn't hear the rest of what I said. I think it's a great opportunity. You just have to wait 3 months, 6 months. That's all.
Oh, listen, if you think you're going to buy it and it's going to squeeze tomorrow, like a GameStop or something like that, we don't know when it's going to happen. They don't tell you. There's no one ringing a bell. All right, it's just going to go one day. I posted this morning 45 times that 210 was somehow the washing point. That's an old trick. It went pop from 210 up. They push it back to 210. All of a sudden, they started crossing it. Once it breaks the price of 210, that's when they attack it, push it down. So what happens is William's bidding 210. I sell it short to William. William turns around and he sells it at the market. That's how they do it to try to knock it down. It's like a hot potato game. That's all it is. And that's the same pattern. It's the same trading pattern. I can do this with any stock. I can knock down any stock doing this, and they do it. They did it to Tesla. They do. Someone posted this before about Elon Musk saying that the SEC, a quote about it. I just forgot to retweet it, but it was great. Someone, Stock Buzz or somebody put that up, or some of Meta News, something like that, put up the news. It's a great quote from Elon Musk.
Oh,
and
about
just look at it this way.
The SEC being, oh gosh,
something like that. I forget what it was. But anyway, if you look at it,
yeah.
Right. You have the most powerful man in the world going to be the president. His stock is DJT. You have one of the richest men in the world fighting against the SEC. How much longer do you think this is going to go on? It's not going on much longer. These people are going to start getting caught. The SEC is going to start locking them up with the DOJ. This has to end. All right, this game is long in the tooth. I've been doing it 24 years, and for William, I got you. But I feel this is showtime. We're as close as you can be, and I feel it. I feel DJT's got the same pattern. They're attacking it down, and they're going to come back and scoop it up again, just like they're doing to GameStop. GameStop right now is in a controlled buy-in. Same thing with Wolf, controlled buy-in. They spike it up, they drop it real quick, and then they come back and keep buying it up again. It'll keep making new highs. This is how they do it. So you can buy the dips, sell the rips. Same thing with DJT. DJT just hit 40, whatever the hell it was, 48 maybe, before they attacked it down. And they're buying and trying to cover in the same range. So let's say they bashed it down from 48, the stock's 31 now, 32. They sold it, and let's say their average is 39 on the bashing, 39 average, right? Now they're trying to buy it back between 31 and 39. And all those shares they sold, if they sold 5 million and they buy back 8 million, that's how they're doing it. And now they're they plus 3 million they covered. When the stock pops again, they'll drive it down, and they keep doing it in a controlled range. But eventually, it's going to explode. In FingerMotion, we haven't got to that point yet. FingerMotion is not going to be a controlled buy-in. It's going to be explosive. It's going to go at one time. We have one short, one guy, and he can't let it go up because of margin. Once it breaks, it's gone. That's the difference. We have a life-changing event. Not a tradable event. It's a life-changing event when it goes. It's going to be a rocket that won't stop. That's very different than these other stocks. These other stocks, GameStop, DJT, they pop, they go up, they go down. And, as you're trading these things, if you buy a stock and it goes up 5 points, how could you not help by taking a quick profit? That's just human nature. And that's what the shorts. And if you read the story, I just posted it before from Tesla. Tesla stock soars. They always use that word. The stock always soars. But they never say that the stock is down from 100. It's down $100. They never say that stuff. They always say that it just soars, and that means that's a way for a reason for you to trade it. That's all that means. They want people to trade it and take advantage of the stock spike. And they turn investors into traders. That's what they do. They want you to flip it, make a few bucks, and you know what? They don't care that it goes up, and they know that they're trapped. Listen, these guys have stolen trillions. Losing $1 billion here, $1 billion there is no big deal. Lynn Partners and they're short here. They can't handle it. They don't have the money. These are not deep pocket guys. These are crooks. All right, and the crooks entrench themselves in a stock that they can't get out of. This fight's been going on a long time now, and they can't get out of it. Very different game. I'm sorry, William. Go ahead.
No. Look, I trust your read on the market and on the trading. But this is before a holiday. It's the perfect time to do this washing back and forth, moving a profit from one LLC to another, or loss to another.
That's all they're doing.
Booking the profit in one LLC. Yeah. Go ahead.
That's all they're doing. They're just moving it back and forth. That's all they're doing all day long. And this is not an institutional stock, so you don't have buying all the time. GameStop, you have hedge funds, everyone playing in there because they know at any time it can pop. This is not that stock. It's just not. This is a retail stock. And when there's no buyers there, they manipulate the stock. That's what they're doing. So if there's no bids, no one buying a share, they drop it 10 cents. That's all they do. And they sell I keep posting the time and sales. It's right there, 2 shares, 18 shares, 17 shares. So that's what they're knocking the stock down because there's no one there buying. That's why.
There's no one buying. There's no enforcement. If they collude together, they cross, they do all this, it's encouraged by the system. There's no enforcement.
Listen, it's coming. The system can't handle this anymore. Everyone knows about it. You have the richest man in the world, and you have the most powerful man in the world. We're going to have the next president of the United States. His company is DJT, in case anyone doesn't understand it. And just go read the stories, Truth Social, All they talk about is naked short selling. And they get the press, and the press follows them. It's coming to a head. Donald Trump is a businessman. He wants some of that GameStop money. There's not even a question. I'm sure those are the conversations that they're laughing. I just don't know the day that they're going to squeeze it. But each day, the market, the presidential elections, 125 days, taking away the weekends, we're below 100 days already. Right? And what do you think he's going to let this go away because he's the president? Oh, my company just got killed. I had 75 million shares. I'm going to let it go. He knows he's got these guys trapped. He's not stupid. Devin Nunes is taking orders with him.
It's a good argument. So Sabre Delta, can you give a list? I'll answer it separately because I you're smarter at it than I am. Can you give a list quickly of the bullish arguments for Finger and maybe a 6-month price target?
Listen, I don't do that. That's not my game. Okay. I look at what the company's saying. Okay. And, I'm not, listen, Benchmark gave it a target of 5. Okay. Right. Who's selling it down? These are just criminals selling it. We've had nothing but sellers since the company rang the bell, since the company made statements, made videos. Everything was positive, and there's been nothing but a seller pushing it down every day. It's endless. The company has 26 million shares in the float. How does it set up selling every day? Every day? And no one filing to sell? It's ridiculous. We met the people that own all the stock, and they're not selling a share.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
When it turns, you won't be able to buy it. That's how I look at it. I'm a believer in you buy them when they're ugly. And when they come for it, if you want to trade it, you trade it. If you're not a believer, that's the way to do it. If you're looking to make a turn, catch the bottom and hope it pop up $1 so you can make yourself a couple of bucks. Go someplace else. This is not that stock. I said it 6,000 times. If you want to trade, go find the stock that moves up and down. You can go play KOSS. I told you that's a safe play when they knock it down.
What do you think of WAG? Chewy.
Yeah, that's a good. I put that this morning. That knucklehead bought 9 million shares of that. So this guy printed a lot of money out of somewhere.
Where does he get all this money? He's obviously a front.
I don't know. If he took a stake in Chewy, I put it up yesterday. I said, since when is it not a positive when someone takes a stake in the company? It doesn't matter who it is. 7% of the company is now owned by one person. And they knocked it down. They continue to knock it down. You can add Chewy to the pile of naked shorts because for some reason they're punishing this guy, and I don't know who he is or what he's doing, but obviously someone's behind him. Because he was living in his basement, and now he's buying. He bought 18 million shares of stock. That's pretty good. I should move back to my parents' basement. Maybe I can buy 20 million shares worth of stock, or 20, whatever number it is. If you hear noise in the background, I'm at my cousin's house. He lives in an apartment building. There's people walking around.
You should start smoking.
They kicked me out They kicked me out so I can talk.
It's a good time in life to start smoking. You can get rid of that.
Oh, it's such a pain in the ass. It's such a pain in the ass.
So there's
what happens is the cough goes on at night. That's when it's the worst.
I know. I was having, I think what it was pollen, but it's gone now the last 2 days. But for 2 weeks there, so it'll go away, I think.
I went to the doctor and he says I'm not dying, so that's a good sign. So,
did he ask you how you get that hole in your haircut?
That's a good one. You're the one that said that the other day.
That was Rodney Dangerfield.
Right. I didn't get that hole in the haircut. That's a good one. But listen, again, I cannot stop manipulating. Stocks do not trade like this. They don't get sold down every day for months. Every day, I'm good. The company got a contract, sell it down. The company rang the bell, sell it down. What does the company have to do to make the stock go up? Kill the CEO? What do they have to do? You tell me.
Metaphorically.
What's the positive event? what's the positive event to make it go up? You tell me. This is the stock market is completely rigged. If you're not an institutional or a hedge fund or big play game, these guys take advantage of it and they gap it down. That's what they're doing. They take advantage of it because we're retail people. I made my bet. I don't have any more money to bet. I'm not Roaring Kitty who can print money. What can I tell you? William's not Roaring Kitty. We just can't keep printing and saying, I'm buying another 10, I'm buying another 10. It just doesn't happen.
You basically have a 4-day holiday, although Ham always points out they never let the market be closed for 4 days. But you have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So
the market's not closed Friday.
No, I know it's not, but most people will be on vacation.
You probably have a half a day. The market's probably open, I don't know, but the market's probably open a full day on Wednesday, closed on Thursday, and half a day on Friday.
Exactly, but they have fun while everyone's on vacation. It's the perfect time to turn on the machines to sell shares that don't exist. And
it was funny that when we were fighting with GTII, whenever there was a Jewish holiday and the Kramers took off, the stocks had no selling. It's pretty interesting.
Oh, I didn't notice.
I mean, I don't want to. I don't want to point that out, but I pointed it out 1,000 times. On those high holy Jewish days, those guys were gone, and the stocks always acted better.
Well, maybe they're not allowed to steal on high holy days.
I don't know. I guess the SEC is a disgrace. They know who we are. We called them out 15,000 times already. Elon Musk is doing it. Donald Trump is doing it. They're a little more powerful than we are. We're going to have the president of the United States on our side. If you don't agree on that, sell your stock and go away. I can't stop it. I believe that they're going to help us out. I believe they're going to end it. Kevin Nunes is getting instructions from Donald Trump.
By the way, Djokovic won today, and he looked good. He looked good. 37 years old, and he can kick your ass on pickleball. All right. So here's a question. This gentleman, Sideshow, appreciated Martin's video. By the way, there's a shorter version coming. I'm uploading it now, but it's taking all day. So anyway, it'll be up. But it's up there. The Martin's live question and answer with me is up there. But anyway, he's asking, are they not counting on Univest anymore? He said that Univest, he said it in the video, that Univest is there. It sounded like Univest has made a couple of proposals, but Martin didn't find them attractive. And I'm telling you, Martin's not going to take a bad deal. That's one advantage of Finger. You know the CEO is not intentionally going to do a bad deal.
He said that. He's not taking a bad deal. He knows not to go back to the street. In your video in Atlantic City, he said that.
Yeah, yeah.
He said that we're not going to go back to the street, and we know what's good and bad, and that's what he's doing. So if Univest is not giving him a good deal, why should he take it? Because the Univest, I don't believe in that. Do whatever's best for the company.
But I think Univest is still there. But if you listen to the interview, it sounded like he said he's got one or two other sources of capital. The way I heard it, and I'm just saying how I heard it, is he's probably going to go to those other one or two sources of capital in the short run. I don't know. We'll find out. He couldn't talk about
my guess if he's doing anything, he's going to go to the debt side. Take money, pay the fees, the interest rates, and that's it. There's no stock involved. They're not stupid. They're not going to fall for this again. So that's what
that's interesting that you mentioned that, because this company has the revenues to pay interest on debt, and that's one strength of the company now. It's not a helpless drug-addled girl that has to come back to the pimp. This is a strong, independent person that can borrow money.
Listen, it's a different type of company that has great opportunities. And I think that anybody lending the money will be glad to take those type of deals. That's all. That's my opinion. They can do, listen, I can't speak for the company. I can only speak about what I know, and that's making short selling. And the company's been under attack since Lynn Partners came into the picture. The numbers exploded. They've been relentless and notorious. Everybody knows about them. I don't know how the SEC hasn't fined them, like the unregistered toxic lenders. That KNW is going straight down. Another one of their latest victims. They murder everybody, and the SEC is dragging their feet. The DOJ should arrest them already. But we have to sit here and watch this, and I have to address the same stupid thing every day. The manipulation is brutal to watch, brutal to see. It hurts everybody here. And I can't get. If anyone has a suggestion, if you got a gun in the badge, you know where to go get them. That's all I can tell you. I'm not a police officer. I don't have a gun in the badge. If I did, it'd be over with already.
Do you think Lynn Partners is still trying to hide dollars? Does it normally take this long?
I think Lynn Partners knows it's coming. Just let me ask you this. How long have we been talking about Lynn Partners?
Longer than I want
Pretty
to.
long, right? Right, longer than we want to. You think I don't want to do this any more than anybody else. All right, and we're sitting here. We have to deal with these idiots. All right, and we're sitting here, and if they weren't under investigation, I think the lawyers would have attacked us a long time ago, right? Right.
Yeah,
we're sitting here. I have lawyers that are waiting for me to get a subpoena from them so we can get discovery against them and look into their phone records, their trades, their wire transfers, and that's why they don't say anything. All right? And I think that's the problem here. They have a big problem if they want to fight back. That's why silence is golden on their side. They're not saying anything. Just like the Kramers. And what happened to the Kramers? They got caught by the SEC also. And the SEC called them that word. I forget the name of that word.
Recidivist. Two-time recidivist.
All right. Repeat offenders. How many times do you have to steal in the U.S. before anybody goes to jail, right?
As long as you don't do it when you're at church. Otherwise, you're free to do it. I hesitate to ask you this, but what do you have a new sort of trigger squeeze number? Is it around?
I gotta get that. Listen, the lower they sell the stock, obviously the number's coming down. But the short trigger number doesn't get changed. It doesn't get changed when they wash trades.
They're just moving the loss over to another LLC. Yeah.
Yeah, so that number doesn't. So when we see 700,000 shares trade, that number is really 200,000 shares. 500,000 is fake. So that number does not change the short trigger number. They're just washing stock back and forth. Okay. That's the hardest thing about lowering that number because a lot of these trades are fake.
Right.
That's the hardest part. I wish I could say it's different, but I do not add fake numbers in and lower the number. I'll say just cussing it, I'll say it's at 390, something like that. You can remember there's a lot of shares, it's like an iceberg, 90% has been done a while ago.
Yeah. Legal Advice is doing a video tonight at 7 p.m. So that's a good.
Well, I heard I heard from other people that's going to get hot to trot soon at GTII, and that it's sort of like a corporate takeover, hopefully by shareholders, and can boot old management out and put that back in play. But again, I don't control that. Major shareholders want these guys out. CEO's been obviously screwing things up, and Richard will advise everybody about what he sees and what he knows as an attorney. That's his business, not mine.
KYP is no longer, cheering for a match. She's wishing you to feel better. She's hoping you feel better. Thank you very
much. I don't know what this was, but it's definitely, you cough all night, you get a sore throat, you just keep hacking it. I don't cough once. I cough, once it starts, it goes for 5 minutes,
Maybe it's
and I just
early
keep coughing.
stage dementia. We saw it on the stage the other night. I shouldn't.
Listen, the only thing I know is I only know a couple of things in my life: it's pickleball, Florida State football, and this stupid naked short selling crime for 24 years. I probably do have dementia. I say the same stupid thing every goddamn day. It's listen, people, I got it. We're sick of hearing it. You're sick of hearing it. All we want is to buy a stock and for it to scream, should buy it at 10 o'clock, sell it at 11 o'clock, and go spend the money. That's what my background was. My background is not sitting here as I'm not Warren Buffett where I can sit around 100 years waiting for a stock to turn and go up. I don't believe in that. I'm here for a short squeeze. I caught the guys. I know who they are. We know how big the short is. And the SEC knows about it. It's not just me yelling it anymore. Back in 2000, it was just me. And now I have, the president of the United States, the most richest man in the world, Elon Musk, everyone else, from people from GameStop to AMC to KOSS to APP, blah, 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 Northwest Bio, CVM. I can go on and on. Every company has said something about naked short. Even GNS, that idiot, was making a big stink about it, all right, until he raised the money. Everyone's is throwing their hat in the ring about naked short selling. Companies are afraid to speak about it because the SEC normally goes down and goes against you, but not anymore. I'm not a CEO of a company. If I was, you can only imagine what I'd be saying. Those blue sheet investigations I talked about 100 years ago, MMTLP, they got them. They won't tell them the results of it. I told you the blue sheets lead to all the it's following the sell tickets and the money. That's what that is. And they won't tell them what it's all about. Think about that. 2 years they locked those people up. The SEC puts up that they protect everybody. They just stole everybody's money and they gave it to those market makers. I put the loophole up again. I just keep repeating it's the same thing, only it keeps expanding now. We always thought it was small cap companies. What happens is they destroyed all the small caps. These guys moved up to GameStop, AMC. They were trying to knock these companies out of business, and they caught them. And because of that, now everybody knows about it.
During the process of these wash trades and going back and forth, there must be some long holders picking up the stock at low prices. Does that hurt the shorts?
In the middle of it.
Does that hurt the shorts?
It's like throwing holy water on the devil. And that's what it's like. When they see bids in there, that drives them crazy because you disrupt their plan. All right. My friends who bought tons and tons of stock, very wealthy people, they're all in Las Vegas playing poker. They take time out. They're not here focused on the stock market now in the summer. They do. When they come back, they buy more. They always buy. And the shorts hate it. Again, we don't have that big tsunami wave that GameStop had that put it into play. All right. But as the company goes along and keeps making noise about deals that they're doing, I expect that to happen. These big waves will come because once institutional investors see it, more and more, they keep putting a nail in the coffin. Eventually, this tsunami wave will come from the institutional side to buy the stock. Right now, we're a retail-based stock. You go buy 2,000, 2,300 shares. You take it up 2 cents. As soon as you stop buying it, it's right back down. You could pay, 210. As soon as you pay 210, it's offered at 208. That's what they do. You don't even pay for your trade yet, and you get it marked down. That's how criminal these guys are, and they've been doing it for 3 months straight. I said it every day on the calls with you guys. I said it every day. No matter what the company does, every day they try to mark it down, 10 cents, 5 cents. And then the other day they went full assault on it at 245, pushed it down to here, trying to break 2. I heard it broke 2, and I don't know where it is right now, but they try to break it. Let me explain this to you. Okay, everybody, I'll say this once. Short sellers need people to come out of the stock, and there's different patterns of them trying to cover. Right now, the naked shorts in this stock are using the old attack, trying to drive it down fast, and then they're going to turn and they're going to scoop it back up. They may scoop it back up to 5, 4, 3, 10, I don't know. And then they're going to let it drop like a brick. And then they're going to come and scoop it back up again. That's how these guys are going to try to do it. The difference in FingerMotion is they can't let it go up because they can't meet that margin. Once it breaks that short trigger number, short squeeze number of the average price, their prime broker takes control. I told you before, real shorts want stocks to go higher. If you're going to short a stock and you think it's going to go down, why not sell it at $7, $8, $9, $10 versus selling it at $2? You can see the pattern. They are so desperate trying to push it down every day. Their desperation is showing you they're trying to put the company in a complete free fall so people will bail on it. That's all they're doing. It's easy to see Hindenburg, Andrew left. They all look at all those short and distort stories. They're all 1 day, 2 day panic, sell, drive it down as fast as they can before anybody even knows what happens. That's the game plan. GameStop is a completely different thing. It had the major squeeze, and since that point, the company sold shares to the shorts to cover it. It's funny. The only person to file their own shares in GameStop or Chewy is what's his name, Warren Kitty. No one else did. They sold 120 million shares. And Warren Kitty's not even included in that. So, until they tell me who bought all those shares, I have to assume the shorts did. 120 million. So again, the SEC's in the middle of that, orchestrating, trying to get that to cover because they need GameStop off the press. They don't want that on the cover of the newspaper. And who's taking the cover of the newspaper now? DJC's taking the cover. And I think that's it. The more they beat it down, the better it is for all of us. Anyway, listen, William, my throat's getting sore. I got to get a cup
All
of
right.
tea. And
I'll take it from
just
here.
hang in there. All right, William.
All right. Bye.
I'll speak to you
Bye.
later. Goodbye.
Call ended.
So I see Ham's suspension. I forgot to ask. Sorry, Joe, but I see it. It says X suspends accounts which violate our rules. When are you supposed to use that, and when are you supposed to use which? Ah, she's a witch. No, I'm not. Let's go through some of these. Are you really thinking P. Diddy is going to take over for? Let's look at the Hill. Breaking Democratic news. I don't see P. Diddy here. P. Diddy. All right, let's go through some of these questions. I'll start here down the bottom, go back up. DNC. Well, Big Orange, I hate, pointing this out. And I lost some subscribers. But we control who we vote for. And I forget who wrote it, but the question was, why would women vote for Joe Biden? I know they hate Donald Trump, but why would you vote for Joe Biden when it puts women at risk in the streets and the highways and the back parts of the country when 19 million people come in who can do bad things to women? I don't know. It's something I read made me think, that's an interesting point. I'm not trying to be sexist at all. I'm just, I don't think the women that voted for Joe Biden because he's elegant ever expected to have gangs coming in doing terrible things to 14-year-old girls. All right, let me see. Do you want to go live? All right, go ahead.
Hey,
Go-
William,
Yeah, go ahead. You're live.
our good friend Peter just said that my account on Twitter was suspended.
I
I
just
don't know
saw
what it
that.
is now,
I
but
just saw that. What happened?
I don't know. I guess I'm on the phone with you. I guess I don't know. I have no idea.
If you
So I have no idea. What did I say? I didn't say anything to anybody.
if you use the word red drum or
No, I didn't do any of that stuff. I did nothing.
lick, hello,
I,
I don't know.
I just let you know. I had no idea. I have no idea what happened. I don't know how long, what I'm suspended for. All I did was put up whatever, talked about the same nonsense. Someone's pissed off and they want to silence me again. Again, it's the same stuff over and over again. I just wanted to let you know, Wolf is a billion shares short. Tesla's a billion shares. Kodak's a billion shares short. Those are the ones I can remember.
How about
And Wolf is under.
T-Lo hits a new low, hits a new high?
I forgot to get the information on that. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting. On Wolf, I think that's a controlled buy-in because they spiked it, they let it drop. It's above 5 now. I wouldn't be afraid to buy the dips on that one. My friends and that know the management said they think that stock's going to 15 to 20 bucks. So I guess buy the dips, sell the rips. You can do that all day long for these trades. Buying the dip is buying a stock at like 505, selling it at 530. If you buy 5,000 shares, you make a quarter, you make 1250. And each time you trade it, the stock gives you those little spikes up and pullbacks. Those are shorts trying to cover. That's a controlled buy-in. Tesla is a controlled buy-in today. It spikes up to $19 with no sell-offs. Right, these are shorts trying to cover without when you don't see the attacks back down real fast. Those are shorts trying to cover. All right, because they're so massive. That's what they're trying to do. And I think someone posted Tesla is one of the biggest shorts in the world. I think I can't remember all the data, but I just wanted to call you, let you know I was booted off. I guess it's because I'm talking to you. That's the only reason I could think of. I didn't say anything that was, and if I did say anything, fuck you. I don't even care. I could kill us. Anyway, listen, have a good 4th of July.
KYP's account got locked because she reposted all of your posts.
Tell her that's my gift to her. Thank you. I don't know what I said, but I didn't say anything nasty today. Today was just basically, I was just showing data. I didn't really say anything, so who knows what I said. Anyway, maybe because of the headache from coughing all night gave me anger. I don't know. But I said F-O-R-K to Lynn Partners. I said, the doctor said I wasn't dying. F-U, F-O-R-K to Lynn. I don't know. But Lynn belongs in jail.
You can't insult Jeffrey Easton. He's a Yahoo day trader. This is a good guy.
He's a Yahoo day trader. The best day trader in the world. He's the best day trader in the world. His fund is up 220%. He invested in KNW. The stock's down 50% already. How's he getting his money out of that? He's down 50%. Yeah, he's up 220%. Thanks to his partner in Australia. I don't know where the SEC's got the head up their ass or the DOJ, but this is like a layup. Follow the sell tickets, the wire transfers, the phone records, the benchmark. They all work together. They're a crime unit all together. Just anyone can go find this stuff. It's just remarkable. I put up the loophole from the SEC again, how they use market maker. I put up, if anybody wants to do any legwork, I put up the story about Martin Scarelli from Fortune magazine, where he shorted 30 million shares of Oxygen, I forget the name of the company. And Merrill Lynch, he said that Merrill Lynch said that when asked if he had to borrow, Merrill Lynch said, they asked him and he said, yes, I do. And they said, okay, that was good enough. And they let him make it short. That's all he had to say. Yes, I do. They never checked. And when he walked away from the trade, Merrill Lynch got stuck with it. And that's when they were pissed off. Think about that. You can't put one share in your account to sell. You can't sell a stock without borrowing it. You can't sell short. You can't sell it unless you own it. This guy sold 32 million shares, Martin Scarelli. There's a video of him describing the crime and how the banks, the prime brokers look the other way. Just go watch the videos. It's all right there. And that guy is a criminal. He's right there. He got busted for it. Right there. And I believe Merrill Lynch was his partner when he did it. You can read the story. I put it up from Fortune. Anyway, I just want to let everybody know I got booted. So anyway, let's have a great day. And William, I think tomorrow's a half a day and Friday's a full day. Someone texted me that.
Okay.
All right, have a good night. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Call ended.
I'm sorry, KYP, that you got 7 days, but maybe just take a break. Hey, Donna, it's all flat. It's all turtles all the way down. KYP, do not collect 200 smackers. All right, let's go up here. So, Dave, I think Robinhood is oversold on MMTLP. I've been waiting from February 22 to transfer 6 months. I believe when Robinhood first hit the marketplace, they specifically said that they would trade in fractional shares. You know, they would trade in basically, they would buy a block of stock and then let you buy half a share, quarter of a share. Well, to me, that was just a setup as a release valve for the short sellers. I don't think Robinhood ever has anything real in your accounts. That's just my opinion. But I emphasize this system is set up to imitate the banking system, the commercial banking system. They have no intention of changing it, none. I would argue they should either change it or give full disclosure. That would make it fair. But the only thing that probably makes money is if you invest in the funds like BlackRock's funds, and then they can go do their things. They'll give you a small piece. They'll make sure you make 6%, 8%. They'll keep the rest, and that's how it's going to be. I mean, the markets are just set up that way. Lots the laughs. Yeah, Torchlight. They shorted the heck out of that. They counterfeited it. Yeah, I do. I mean, I'd love to hear your points on the bond market. I didn't look today. Let me see one thing. I didn't look at the yield today, but at the beginning of the week, end of last week and the beginning. Yeah. Yeah. I think the bond market is showing risk. And let me see what the 10-year yield is right now. I'm about to sneeze. Excuse me. So it's down. See, that's the thing. Yesterday, Monday, Friday and Monday, it was way up. Let me see what the, I'm looking at a chart for the day. It's down. But the Fed comes in and buys it to keep yields down. I think there's something going on in the bond market. Everyone says to me the Fed's going to cut interest rates. It's in the news and it's all that. I don't know if you guys do your own grocery shopping. I do my own. There's a list. I should have printed it out. There's a list of farms, hatcheries, what do you call those? You know, butcher shops, you know, just all shut down all over the country. And it's hundreds of them. food prices are going up. We're at war, so prices are going up. I don't know how they can cut interest rates. The Fed is trying to keep. That's why we're going to war. Is trying to keep the dollar preeminent at least at its 56% of reserves level, which is down from much higher over the last decade or two. They're trying to keep people willing to use the dollar, and they don't want the dollar to collapse. But at the same time, they can't pay back all this debt. So they want lower interest rates. They want to print money. And that's one good thing for war. And it's why I keep focusing on gold. Let me put platinum first, and then silver, oil and gas. There's going to come a time when they reprice our debt, and it's not going to be pretty, but they're going to try to delay that as long as possible. This chart only gives me 1 day or 52 weeks. I wish I could look at it for, here, 5 days. Yeah, it went as high as 4.5%. Now they've got it down to 4.4. So the Fed's in there buying bonds to lower interest rates. And I guess they might come out with a rate cut. I just think it would spell disaster for the bond market. Everyone believes that the Fed actually controls interest rates. They do in the short run, but it's really it's a confidence game in the long-term bond market. Japan is selling our bonds apparently, and the yen is going down. China has sold our bonds. Antonio, I'm much more intrigued about what's going on in China. China is building out the most incredible infrastructure. They've got the high-speed trades, the electric vehicles, the highways. Yes, they have some ghost cities, but they also have the factories that build. For example, they're building planes now that can compete with Boeing. It's all done by robots. They have automobiles that are cheaper and better than our automobiles using our strategies. It's all built by computers, by robots. It's incredible. They have massive solar arrays that I read one of their deserts. When they're done, they're not done yet, it could power India. It's going to be so big. This is what China's building while we're bombing Russia. I don't know. What's the end game? What's the end game? But what's intriguing, though, is apparently some people think the Chinese bond market is in trouble. That the economy is in trouble. Their interest rates are going down, and their central bank apparently is selling bonds to try to get interest rates back up, to give the illusion of a strong economy. I don't know. I don't have enough. I don't have enough knowledge of what's going on in China to have an opinion, but it's interesting. I mean, the answer is they can always take it lower. I mean, if you look at the chart, the chart's not pretty. So they can take it lower. But look, at some point, they're not going to be in control. They have one more quarter. That's my opinion, because this quarter didn't show positive earnings. I didn't expect it to. But if you look, I mean, on this chart at 195, my friend at Merrill Lynch used to tell me, well, it must be a buy, because if you look, it can't go any lower. It's at the bottom of the page. He was always funny. But if you stretch it out, say to 3 years instead of 1 year, you can see they could bring it down to, they could spike it lower. They've done it before. If you go back to March of last year, they drove it from 361 in February, and in the span of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I'm approximating 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Maybe that's when I saw it. 11 trading days. They drove it down from 361 approximately down to $1. Actually, it took 15 trading days down to $1. But then that over the course of the next 2 months, it rallied all the way back to 250, and then they dropped it over the course of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days to, I don't know, $1.30. It did a double bottom there, and then it went from $1.30. It went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days, pulled back 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 days, I think, to $7. So it can turn around on a dime. But that's a lot of volatility. I don't think the chart looks good. So to answer your question, I think they could bring it down to $1.45. Do I think they're going to do it? I said they can bring it down to $1.45. Do I think they're going to do it? No. I think they're just playing with it now to move. Let me show you, if I can, what they did. And it's all okay with Gensler. I'm telling you, you got to stop believing that anyone cares. Nobody cares. It's how Gensler makes money. So let's just call it hedge fund. One. So the first hedge fund shorted it at $4. They have an open position, and under Gensler's markets, they don't have to locate, they don't have to borrow, they don't have to deliver, but eventually they're feeling some sort of heat. So the LLC number 2 sells whatever amount at $2. The buyer is this hedge fund. They buy it. So this is just weird coincidence, or it's collusion. Collusion is illegal. So this guy locks in $2. He's got $2 profit, and he's closed his position. So he can take that money out. He sold stock that didn't exist. Let's say he sold 100,000 shares at $4. He took $400,000 out of the market by selling 100,000 shares at $4 that doesn't exist. He buys 100,000 shares that doesn't exist, because this LLC sells 100,000 shares that doesn't exist at $2. Someday I'll have a good computer. So anyway, hedge fund number one sells into existence 100,000 shares at $4 that the shares don't exist. So he can't take his money out till he settles the trade. He feels some pressure. He wants his money. He has a bunch of boo birds trying to get you to sell. He drives it down, and it takes him 2 months to get it down to $2. His buddy, LLC number two, sells into existence 100,000 shares at $2 that don't exist. But he's the buyer. So he locks in a $2 profit, which he can take to the bank. $2 on 100,000 shares. He can take $200,000 out of the market. And Gary Gensler does not care about this. To him, it's okay. It's completely legitimate because there's systems in place. Anyway, he takes 200,000 out. He may or may not pay taxes, but in this case, he would have a taxable gain. But remember, 60%, if he's a hedge fund, of his trades are taxed at long-term capital gains regardless, as long as they hold them 15 seconds. So then LLC 2 now is short. Well, he gets LLC. He gets LLC number 3 to sell 100,000 shares just at 198. He's the buyer here. So he makes 2 cents. He probably is just a push. But this guy has moved those shares to here. They've moved them on to here. And if it goes lower, they'll do something. If it doesn't, they'll walk away. Or they will, because they're a big client, their prime broker will just make some sort of accommodation with them. David, you must be late. I started this by saying, do not buy FingerMotion for a squeeze. I believe Finger has the fundamentals, and I'll try to do a video on why, that'll make it double over the next 3 to 6 to 9 months. But I also said, David, the criminals sell every day. They collude with each other. They swap. They manipulate the markets. And yeah, I think the stock charts look terrible. And it could be a tough 2 days here. The next 2 or 3 days, Thursday is a holiday. Friday is a full day. Wednesday's a half day. Those are going to be tough days on these stocks. So I'm not telling people. I don't think we should be buying any of these stocks unless you're a trader or you like speculating, because I no longer believe that there is any enforcement of settlement. There is no reason why a prime broker is going to buy anybody in, unless there's a surprise, if there's a surprise. But everything's under control, I think. Everything's under control. Hey, Chris, thank you very much. I was told by somebody today that I should just stop doing this. And she asked me if I've been paid shares of Finger or shares or warrants or derivatives of Finger or of GTII. I haven't. And she pointed out correctly, it's not working. And she's right. She pointed out that people lose money and it hurts people. And she's right about that. These are, in general, these small price stocks are terrible investments. On the other hand, every now and then there's one that gives outsized returns, which is why people buy them. The entire market is rigged against us. Full stop. There is no enforcement of securities laws in stocks trading under $5, under $10 even, and under $1 billion market cap. It's just open season. And that is encouraged by Gary Gensler. That's why Gary Gensler sits at the SEC, because Goldman Sachs makes 85% of its revenue from their stock loan desk, which is this kind of crap. And 75% of that is profit. So, yeah, Ham's account is it's tough. Good luck, William. I don't like my money being locked up with a broke company about to dilute people. I don't know which company you're talking about. But if you're talking about Finger, it's not broke. I mean, I'll just read the. I'll read the. I mean, it was a challenging. It was a challenging. And I'm not telling you to buy it or hold it. If you want to sell it, sell it. I'm not fighting you at all. But so their release, Billy Ray, for Q1 2025, they reported quarterly revenue of over 8 million, which was a 31% drop compared to Q1 last year. They reported basically, essentially a 98% decline in revenue from their top-up business, and that had something to do. I was doing the interview. He answered it, but I can't remember his answer. It had something to do with the Chinese government. It's temporary, but they didn't have revenue from their top-up side in the quarter. So they were down 98%. They were down 12 million. Their big data was nothing. and that's the way it's been. Their text messaging business, SMS and MMS, was up 100,000%. It was up from $10,000 to 8.16 million. So they were able to shift, and they got revenue from their bundling of text messages. So that saved the day. Their cost of revenue was 7.6 million, which was a decrease of 4 million versus last year. They did have a gross profit, which confused me when I first read it, of about $700,000, just under it, which was an increase versus last year marginally. But they had a cost of revenue of 7.7 million, which was a decrease from last year by a third. They did have a quarterly loss of 1.66 million. So they had a loss per share of 3 cents versus a loss per share of 2 cents last year. But Billy Ray, they had $1,064,000 in cash and cash equivalents. So it's not broke. And they had a working capital surplus of almost 11 million, shareholders' equity of 11 million, and their total assets were 26 million. Current liabilities, 15 million, which I believe is the top up minutes. And then they resell those. They don't say that here. And they look like they have about $10,000 in long-term debt. So they basically have no long-term debt. So Martin Shen said, Billy Ray, looking forward, we see several drivers improving revenue this fiscal year. Significantly increase use of our Daji app, which already has 650,000 active subscribers. We also continue to invest in the future with our InsurTech partners and our big data, Sapientus, on several fronts. Market implementation, analytical advancement, and network engagement. We also expect both our cloud-based services and lifestyle app to continue meaningful revenue later this fiscal year. Therefore, we expect the balance of fiscal 2025 to demonstrate increasing revenue and improved margins, improved gross margins, to get us closer to our goal of profitability. The G&A increased to $500,000. R&D expenses increased to $200,000. And so I don't agree with you, Billy Ray, that it's broke. I also don't agree with you that it's going to dilute people. But if that's your opinion, please don't. Number one, don't buy it, and number two, sell it. But that's your decision. I'm not pushing you to buy it. I'm not pushing you to sell it. I think the stock is under continued selling pressure. I can understand why you come to that conclusion. I don't happen to come to that conclusion as much. If I did, I'd tell you. But I think FingerMotion had a challenging quarter. Their revenue is going to grow all year. I do not think they're going to dilute people. And then that gets into definitions. If they sell stock to increase revenues, they call that accretive. But anyway, we'll leave that aside for now. The only people that are destroying the stock are the counterfeiters. And I agree with you, Billy Ray Valentine. They destroy every stock we buy. They love it when we buy those stocks because they can come take what we paid for those stocks. We put cash on the barrelhead. They put an IOU. And Gary Gensler doesn't care. So it is a criminal system. And if you keep doing it, you're going to keep losing money. I agree with you, Billy Ray. I'm not telling you to do it. Well, I think Sprott Physical Platinum would be great, and I'll look that up. It makes sense. I didn't know he had a physical platinum, but that's brilliant. That's what I'd like to see. I think these markets you shouldn't buy and hold unless you really believe in the story, which I do in FingerMotion. But as I've been saying, I don't think Billy Ray wants to wait 9 months or 6 months. And Billy Ray thinks that FingerMotion is broke. I don't know where it comes from. They have the revenues. They have cash. They have no long-term debt, or that's how I read it. But, so I'm not an accountant. And they have, according to the CEO, the potential for very strong revenue growth for the rest of their fiscal year. So I don't see the company being broke, but Billy Ray warns you that FingerMotion is a broke company and that FingerMotion is about to dilute you by selling shares. I don't know if Billy Ray speaks to the CEO. I just did an interview with the CEO. I did one earlier this year. And I think listening to him, I did the interview live, so it's available to everybody. I don't think they're going to dilute people. But I've found that Billy Ray is a pretty sharp analyst. So heed his warnings. He believes Finger is broke and is going to dilute you. I don't see that evidence. Otherwise, I wouldn't be telling you. But I understand the stock's at $2 and it's come down from 7, and the pressure is it could go to 1. The way I look at it is, yes, right now, pick a number. It could go to 1. But I think that if they do the things they've said, I think it's going to go back. I have to lower it 4, 5, 6. I used to say 5, 6, 7, but 4, 5, 6 in the next 3 to 6 months, and it could go higher. Ham thinks it can squeeze. I'm not telling you to buy it for a squeeze, and I haven't been saying that for a while, unfortunately. Ham is suspended. Yeah, he came on and pointed that out. Reverse split, then the aim is bankruptcy, prize for absolutely. They do it stock after stock after stock. The SEC, I have it here, I can't find it quickly, filed against Kurt Kramer. They called him a 2-time recidivist. In their documents, they said that he and his company had done 300 and something like 350 of these toxic notes, convertible notes, financings over a approximate 3-year period. And they had settled with him before. They don't care. They just do not care. And the whole goal, you're 100% right, is to drive CEOs into diluting shareholders like Vocal did, like MMAT did, like MULN did, like COSM did, like hundreds of companies have had to, because there is no enforcement of the rules, none. So they have this money-making machine that is criminal, but everyone goes along with it. It's like it used to be criminal to drink booze in this country, but you had the flappers and you had the bootleggers. It's like marijuana used to be illegal. It's like you know, lots of things are illegal in this country, and people do them, and everyone goes along with it. Cocaine is a great example. Joe Biden put in the 3 strikes you're out, and you know, broke up families. But his son, I mean, my understanding is there's evidence on that computer that he did terrible things with underage girls, but that's all been buried now and never see the light of day. But those are illegal things, and people look the other way. That's what's going on here. Illegal things, people look the other way. Who is this? I don't know who you are. Why is LGIQ diluting? I didn't know. Thanks for pointing that out. Last time I looked, they had 232 million shares out. Let me go to OTC markets and make sure that's not true. Okay, OTC markets now says 278 million, and they have authorization now to 300 million. So I'm going to guess they'll go all the way to 300 million. I didn't see that vote that voted that, but I know why they expanded it before. So Aubrey Advisors sponsored a SPAC on behalf of Logic or Logic's division, Data Logic. And Aubrey Advisors, for over a year, valued Data Logic, the other company, at $11, $10 to $11. Aubrey Advisors delayed. They were late, as I understand it, answering questions to the SEC. Logic was always responsive, but it delayed the whole process 2 or 3 months. So it caused a situation where Logic needed money to get the SPAC done. So Aubrey's Advisors clients raised $5 million for the situation, and $2.5 million went to the financial advisors, $2.5 million went to lawyers, and it left, at Aubrey's Advisors' best judgment, they're good people, I understand, it left Logic with no money, and it left Collective Audience with no money. So both stocks, the Collective Audience opened trading at $38, and then somebody, probably from Aubrey Advisors' side, called into NASDAQ, one of their clients called into NASDAQ and said, hey, they don't have enough shareholders. So NASDAQ halted trading for a day, But Aubrey Advisors, being good guys and having sponsored 100 SPACs, didn't think to alert NASDAQ that, hey, we're doing this de-SPAC, and maybe for a day or so, there won't be enough shareholders, but by Friday, there will be. But that wasn't in the interest of the shorts. So anyway, it was either Aubrey Advisors, Chadron Advisors, the lawyers, or Polar, and there was one other hedge fund. It's a very small pool of who could have been responsible for the disastrous de-SPAC. In that environment, Logic was left with no money. So Logic needed to raise money to make the shell, as was announced for over a year, but to make the shell clean so they could do a reverse merger. And I know they issued shares to get that done. They had no choice. They had no choice because they had to pay for accounting, redo their annual filing, and do their quarterly. They got all that done. Now they've made an announcement that they've got a binding agreement. I have it here somewhere. I've shown it to you. A binding agreement. You can look it up. Well, here, let me see if I can find it in their news. I'll just read it to you. No. Let me go to Yahoo. Okay. On May 23rd, Logic signs letter of intent to acquire privately held biotech company MedLab Essentials, LLC, in a $100 million valuation deal. So the key points here, they're going to acquire 100% in exchange for newly issued shares of Logic, 100 million. 15% of that 100 million comes to us. This is the first in a series targeting a cumulative value exceeding 750 million, focusing on biotech and cell and gene therapy. Look, Logic is shorted. It was shorted by the Neo Exchange, 4 people that funded it. I believe it was shorted by Ionic, although I received a letter from their lawyer saying not only does Ionic never short Logic, they never short any company. So maybe it wasn't Ionic. And then it was probably there was some real shorts in there that saw a shell company. And then I believe that the clients of Aubrey Advisors took $100 million out of the market from collective audience, and they probably took some money out of Logic as well. So there's shorts in Logic. There's no question about it. Logic also, on the advice of lawyers, I guess, or on the desire to be listed on NASDAQ, are doing a reverse split 50-1. So if I don't know what the volume would be, but the criminals have sold a lot of Logic downward from 30 cents, probably down from 70 cents. But let's just say from 30 cents, if they sold 3 million shares, it's $1 million. But I think they sold a lot more than that. And by doing a reverse, they get to take all that money out of it, and it's for free. And again, I can't fight it. It's there. It's perfectly okay with Gary Gensler. Now, I think it was a mistake to do the one for 50 in that sense. On the other hand, they say here, this acquisition represents the first in a series targeting a cumulative value exceeding 750 million. So it's a series. Now, if they just use the arithmetic, I've got to change my numbers though, unfortunately. If they don't look at the stock price that the Aubrey Advisors has gotten the stock down to so their clients can book the profit, that's my opinion, my judgment. You've got to look at, let's use 300 million shares, not 277. I'm sure by the time this is done, they'll have issued the rest of those shares. So let's look. Well, no, why don't we use 278? Just know in your mind it could go to 300 million. So 278 million equals 278 million equals 15% of X. So you calculate for that. If they do this series all basically at the same time, I don't know if they will. It'll mean there'll be 1.853 billion shares outstanding to buy all these companies. 1.85 billion. So then we use 750 million. Let me write that whole 1.85333. Okay. We use 750 million as our value. We divide that by 1.85333. So that works out to 40 cents. So my number now, I was looking at 64 cents. I'd have to say the number now is 40 cents. $0.40 a share in value, but that assumes they use arithmetic rather than the price of the stock the criminals have it down to. But that's not, I'm not telling you the stock will trade that high. I have no idea how high it was. The stock will go. The stock is easy to borrow. It's subject to short selling, but it's trading at 3 cents. And they're going to announce a series of deals worth 40 cents. Do you think the stock stays at 3 cents? I mean, you might, but I think it goes closer to 40 cents. It might go over it in a spike, but I wouldn't think so. I think there's a lot of risks. If they listen to Aubrey Advisors, they'll be destroyed like Collective Audience. I don't think they're going to listen to them. So instead of 40 cents, let's say you can buy the stock now for 3.5 cents, and it might go to 35 cents. That's 10x. Cut that in half. let's just say it goes to, 17.5. Let's cut that. Let's say it goes to 12.5. That's your trade, 3.5 to 12.5. Just get out. Just trade it. Unless the news is so good that you want to stay with it. I think you can make 2 or 3 times your money. But let me continue reading this. Just quickly, they're going to do a capital raise. So I assume they're going to issue shares, more than just the shares to get the acquisition done. They're going to issue more shares. So the dilution is going to happen. Good on the criminals. Good on the criminals. But here's the thing. It says here, this is a first in a series. First one's binding. Trying to find, it's supposed to be deadline by the end of this month. I'm trying to find it. I printed it out. I highlighted it. I can't find it now. All right, here it is. The transaction is slated for completion. That's the 100 million by July 31st, 2024. This acquisition is the first of 3 biotech-focused companies, with the other 2 already in the letter of intent phase. So I think you're going to see news right away. My answer to your question is they probably needed the money to keep to do the financial filings. They had to raise money to do last year's and to do the first quarter. They probably had to raise this money to keep the filing current, because that's the key to the shell being able to be bought by these companies. So anyway, I think the short answer is they raised money for the cost of getting these transactions done and doing their financial filings and keeping the company a clean shell. Well, that's for FingerMotion. The CEO had diluted. We went through this yesterday. Regardless of size, CEO did say he will raise capital if it makes sense. Yeah, he did. If it makes sense. I think he also said on there he's not going to do a dilutive financing. But it's just, what is the definition of dilutive? If you guys believe dilutive is just the number of shares, let me ask you something. How do you acquire revenues? How do you acquire talent? How do you acquire assets? Hey, just merge in with us. Hey, come join FingerMotion. We're not going to give you any shares, but just join us. That's not how it works. You have to spend shares to buy assets, buy revenue, buy talent. It's just the fact of life. So at some point, you define that acquisition in a word I hate, accretively. It has a positive impact. But guys, if you think FingerMotion should not be bought, don't buy it. Don't buy it. And if you think the dilution is more than you can stand, maybe your decision is to sell. Ham's account has been suspended. He came on and said that it was. He doesn't know why. He doesn't know why. Yeah, we could have a call to do that. I'd have to do it I'd have to somehow limit it. Number one, I have to finish with the people that are still interested. Let me do that. Number two, I'd have to limit it. I can't talk to the world about it. I just can't. And right now, they're still raising money, so it's kind of a, not much to report till that raise is completed. But yeah, I could do that, Marty. I could do that. I just got to figure out how to do it. Maybe I could do it over one of those conference call numbers. I'll just try to figure out how to do it. Even if Finger diluted one share from at the money, it's still dilution. You can't make false claims and say they haven't or won't dilute and reinvent the term accretive. Acts 1. Fine. If you define dilution as issuing more shares and it doesn't matter what they buy with the shares, that's fine. I'm not going to argue with you. You're right. I'm not going to argue. Every time a company issues shares, it's dilutive. You're right. I'm just simply not going to argue with you. And X1, bravo for pointing it out. So X1, FingerMotion is, in your opinion, is going to dilute investors. And they're going to do it for no good reason. So don't buy the stock. The stock price is telling you that, everything's going to be bad. So just don't buy the stock and sell it. It maybe it's your choice. X1. I didn't make up the term accretive. I don't know. I guess you didn't study finance at all. I didn't take my degree. I took my degree in economics, but I worked quite a bit. Let's look up the word accretive. Okay. First, from Investopedia, first thing that comes up, Investopedia from Google. What is accretive? In both finance and in general lexicon, the term accretive is the adjective form of the word accretion, which refers to gradual or incremental growth. For example, an acquisition deal may be deemed accretive for the absorbing company if that deal contributes to an increase in earnings per share. So let me say it differently. If a company issues stock to buy another company and it increases earnings per share, it is accretive, according to Investopedia. Let's go with AquinasWealth.com. I've never heard of that place. What is accretive? The term accretive is commonly used in finance and investment contexts. It refers to a situation where an action or an event contributes positively to the value of earnings of a financial asset, a company, or an investment portfolio. The opposite of accretive is dilutive, which indicates a negative impact on value or earnings. In the context of mergers and acquisitions, an acquisition is considered accretive if it adds value to the acquiring company. This typically means that the earnings per share or other financial metrics improve as a result of the acquisition. Financial instruments. For bonds or other fixed income securities, accretion refers to the increase in the value of the bond over time as it approaches maturity. This increase is gradual, reflecting an adjustment of the bond's book value to its face value. That's bonds. Real estate accretion is the gradual increase in land over time. Investment portfolios, accretion is the overall return or value over time. Okay, for example, this is from EquirusWealth.com. Consider a company who acquires another company at a price lower than its intrinsic value. If the acquisition leads to an increase in the acquiring company's earnings or cash flow per share, it is considered to be accretive. This is often seen as a positive outcome, as it indicates that the acquisition has contributed to the company's financial health and shareholder value. So X1, that's the definition of accretive from Google, from Equirus Wealth, and from the first one was from Investopedia. Their definition's not mine. So I'm not reinventing it. I'm just reading it to you. But hey, you know what, X1? I'm not going to fight with you. You're 100% right. You guys have driven the stock price down. You're doing a great job. Bravo that you've seen this opportunity. But I'm suggesting to you that before you call something dilutive, you got to see how the money is spent. That's all I'm saying. But if you want to just use an analysis that as GME issues new shares to bring cash on its boards, that's dilutive. That's one measure. If you want to say that MULN issues new shares to make sure they have their earnings, that's dilutive. It's perfectly acceptable. Obviously, there's no facts here. It has to be how you interpret it. So if you believe the only way to look at a company is if it raises money by selling shares, that's dilution. That's how you see it. And no amount of reading studying financial books or lessons is going to get you to see that when a company issues shares and brings in cash, it depends on how they spend that cash. If they issue shares to acquire a company, depends on if that increases the value of the company or their earnings. If they issue shares to acquire, let's say, a revenue stream, a contract, depends on the benefit of that. But that's all opinion. That's all analysis. And I'm sure, X1, that your analysis is better than mine. I defer to you. If Finger raising one share from the at the market, I don't know that it says at the market, by the way. I think you're interpreting that. I don't think the CEO said at the market, but you're putting that there. But if they wear one share and they raise money or they acquire a company, I'm going to agree with you, X1, but because I think clearly you've studied this a lot longer than I have, and your knowledge of the financial markets is a lot more extensive than mine. So let's agree that if Finger issues shares for any reason, it's dilutive. And it's bad. Finger would be better to just be a small company that never grows, never acquires, never does anything. Let's just agree to that. All dilution is bad. Issuing of raising money when you issue shares, all of that is bad. Let's agree to that. And let's see what they do. Financial books seem to be irrelevant these days. I don't think so. But, as long as the system is set up to put to put doubt in people's minds, and frankly, retail cannot withstand. I don't care if we buy 10 million shares along with institutions. Eventually, the counterfeiting overwhelms it. Even if it's just a matter that the privileged class gets to sell stock that doesn't exist into the market one day and they buy it back the next day, that's a privilege they have that we don't. And they can drive the stock price down. So maybe you're right. Maybe we should stop reading books. That might be the answer. Stop reading books. Who is going to buy the stock? I don't know which one you mean. If you mean, I don't know who they would do an offering with. And, Acts 1 is making an assumption. How they're going to raise their money, maybe he knows. I don't know how they're going to raise their money. Acts 1 believes it's going to be dilutive, and it's going to be spent on nothing good. So I guess that might be it. I don't know who's going to do a financing with them. I'm not aware of any financing, but we'll find out. The CEO did say he needs to raise capital, so we'll find out how it's done. And there's no question that gives the algorithms and the criminals an opportunity to just sell non-existent shares. Now, there's people out there that used to work on the Amex, for example, who say that's not what's happening. They're just selling stock during the day, and you don't see when they cover. I don't know. I think it should be transparent. Maybe that's the case. Who would be buying it in the open market? I think there's going to be very little buying during the summer. That's my opinion. I think most people are on vacation. Institutions cannot buy the stock because the market cap's too small and the price is too small. Brokers at Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley, Wells Fargo, UBS, they're not going to tell their clients to buy it because it's under $5 or under $7 or under $10. I don't see any natural buyers for the stock because that's how Wall Street sets it up. There will probably be, I asked the question, there may be research reports out there, but I don't see a natural set of buyers other than ourselves and the whales who are already in the stock. Will they buy more? They already own a lot. Will you buy more? I bet you've already made your commitment. I asked Mr. Shen about institutional buyers, and I don't remember his answer because I haven't re-listened to it. But he did say they talked to institutions. And if I happen to disagree with X1. You have to look at why you sold stock. Was it to acquire another company? Was it to acquire a revenue stream? Was it to buy an asset that isn't a company? You don't know. Was it to ramp up production? You don't know. So we just have to wait and find out. If though, LD, if that whatever that is announced, if it is, if there is something, I think there would be buyers if the story changes, and you might even have institutional buyers. And then the shorts are slowly run out of the game. But I don't think we're there yet. And I think the buyers would be people that know the company, the whales that know the company, people that are interested in playing a short squeeze. I just am not emphasizing that. Others do. There could be buyers there. And I just don't expect a short squeeze imminently, if ever. So that's just how I feel about it. But feelings and opinions are legion. Yeah, I think Northwest Citadel says that arrogantly, but I think all of these are traded by algorithms. It's just too mind-numbingly stupid otherwise. And they trade on charts. They know the same target points. They know the ones that'll scare you out. And Finger reported challenging numbers. I think it was solid, but other people see it differently. My opinion, it was solid. And Ham came on, Cooper's human. You can rewind. I'm going to guess half an hour after I started. I think CAUD has a great space. It's truly a gigantic market they're going after. I think they have an exceptional CEO, and I think the team they've built is really strong. Elizabeth, I'm forgetting her last name, another woman, the guy that works alongside Peter. They have a great team. I mean it. And they are buying companies which are, pardon my French, accretive, but they have a huge weakness. Huge weakness. This is my opinion. They have 2 board members who come from Aubrey Advisors, and they have one accountant on the board, accountant type on the board. These are conservative people. They're not going to believe that the Aubrey Advisors members on the board are there to protect the profit that Polar and the other hedge fund and Aubrey took out of the market in the first week of trading. Could be $100 million. I don't know. It was a lot of volume. Started at 38 bucks, ended under $2, and now it's 53 cents. The CEO trusts Aubrey Advisors. I don't, but I don't know who Aubrey Advisors is. They obviously trust Chadron and the lawyers and Polar. And so that's the weakness. They raise money it looks like at the market, they acquire companies and they're on this hamster wheel. The hedge funds sucked all the juice out of the lemon right up front, and now the CEO's on a hamster wheel. And the Aubrey Advisors guys dress well. The Chadron Advisors, they're nice. They go to the same islands to vacation. Their kids are at the same tennis camp. They attend the same country clubs. These are great people. They're wonderful. So they trust each other. In the meantime, they destroyed the stock. I like collective audience. I like it. I own collective audience that I couldn't sell, and I did sell the third that I got at a low price, really low price, to buy. I think it was to buy Logic, by the way, which got crushed even more. um, but I still have those shares I can't trade. I I think um, I I think Peter Boards, the CEO, is a fair-minded guy. I think he trusts people, but I also don't think he's anybody's fool. And I think he is working extremely hard to bring in these companies. He has to issue stock. And I think at some point he's going to realize that he was burned. And one way around it is to convince companies to do deals at higher price per share, or to do it for fewer shares, because it's in the interests of all CEOs that are merging in, so that the 53 cents is wrong. Maybe it's $5. Let's do our deals at $5. That's salesmanship, but that could happen. The other thing that could happen is he fires these guys from the board, from Aubrey Advisors, and refuses to raise money from Aubrey Advisors or Chadron Advisors or Polar, and just says, you know what? It's me, it's not you. I'm sure you're great guys, but I've got to start afresh. And he goes on a road show to us, to other investors, and he starts raising plain vanilla money, not at the market. Maybe they just live on cash flow for a while, and they bite the bullet. It takes an extra 6 months, an extra year, but they slowly turn cash flow positive, and then they can tell Aubrey Advisors, tell Wall Street. But my prediction for it is that Peter Board is going to be successful. I think he's a good team builder. I think he's honest. I think he's a little gullible because he does not see the people who financed the SPAC as bad people. Somebody did it. And but he's a gentleman, and he's not going to call people out that he perceives as gentlemen on the other side. And that's just the way it is. I don't think the financing that Aubrey Advisors or Polar, whoever it is right now, is providing is good. It's at the market. They suppress the price. However, even they can be caught unaware by the skill of Peter Bordas, by the skill of his team. I think what they have to do is be parsimonious issuing shares now. They've got to get on the road and talk to other investors outside of Aubrey Advisors. And they've got to start raising money at higher prices. Start at $1. Just say, we're not going to raise money at 53 cents. We're going to raise it at $1. We'll give you a warrant at $10. They got to do something like that. And I think Peter Boards can do it. I have a lot of faith in Peter Boards. I've never met him, but I really think he can make a collective audience work. If I had money, I'd be buying the stock. You've got to recognize that the criminals got their pound of flesh. I don't mean anything by that. That's just Shakespeare. And they're continuing to control the situation. They're on the board. They're not on the board to help out. They're on the board to protect Polar. That's the conflict of interest. They're on the board to protect Polar or the other hedge fund. It's just how it is. That's how I see it in my best judgment. But if you take anything away from my comments, the thing is, I have faith. I've never met him, but I've had some interactions. I have faith and confidence in Peter Boards. I don't think he's anybody's fool. And if he is being taken advantage of, he'll end it. So I could be wrong in my assessment. But what I see is that the sponsor's clients or Chadron or all of them were able to take a lot of money by selling stock that didn't exist. You couldn't even sell. And now they're able to cover it down here, or they're just holding on because they know they can keep driving it lower. That's on the negative side. On the positive side, I really believe that Peter Boards knows what he's doing. He's got the power of integrity, the power of being able to bring a team together, to bring other companies in. And the market they're going after is really large. And the growth in earnings and cash flows and revenues, I guess, to go backwards, can really ramp up quickly and put to waste the shorts that I believe are there. So I like collective audience. I think it's cheap, and I would not give up on Peter Boards. So Wiseborn, I know I've gone on a while. Maybe I should do a video on it. If you take one thing away, I would bet on Peter Boards. And his whole team, but your real bet is on Peter Boards. Well, Northwatch Sasquatch is saying that Finger will have a reversal to the upside tomorrow or Friday. I don't know if that'll happen. I don't know if it'll happen that quickly, but I think Finger will. I don't know if it comes from $1.90, but I think Finger, you can see it in its chart in the past. I think not only will it snap back, have a reversal, I think it'll snap back and it could have a march back to $253 fairly quickly. So that's what I think. Hey, Chris, it looks like Finger has just broken a 2-year support line. Let me look at the chart. I'm not very good at charts. On a 1-year chart, I think Finger has broken down. And that's a lot of damage today if you believe charts work. If we go out 5 years, which is the maximum, that's a tougher call. That's a tougher call. I'd have to print it out and study it, but just, kind of looking at it quickly, there is kind of a trend line down to, I don't know, $1.50. You got to get somebody better than me. So I don't think it's broken that trend line. You say a 2-year support line? I don't see your 2-year support line. I don't buy that. Oh, I see. You're going here. You were going here. There's a trend line it broke back in January of this year. There's a trend line that broke in January that goes back 1 year. I mean, you could say it broke a trend line from last September, but that's really going back 2 years. I don't see a trend line that broke, Chris. Now, just in a shorter term, where it closed is kind of flat with the last time it was at this level. It's actually slightly higher, but it went a little bit lower. Let me go back to a 1 year. Yeah, it closed level with the low that was made, I guess, in the middle, toward the end of March this year. But it went lower during the day. I don't see any reason, Chris, to tell you that it's found support. I don't see any reason. But I'm not as good as Northwest Sasquatch. If I had to guess, they're going to try to make it go lower. But look, they did this in the beginning of this year. It went sideways and then it rallied. They did it again and then it shot back up. I just really see they did it in September 2 years ago. No, last year, September. I really think the stock is being artificially suppressed. There's no reason for it to be down here. And it could, when it snaps back, it could march. It could march much, much higher, much, much higher. So anyway, Chris, I think this is a bad chart today. And I think it could go lower tomorrow or Friday. But it can turn around on a dime. It can turn around on a dime. And so I'm not going to tell you to buy here. But if you want a trade, if you want to accumulate more, maybe put some orders in under the market, maybe down to, I don't know what, 170, 120. Not, I don't think it'll go to 125, 150. What I said the other day was I thought it could go to 225. I was right briefly, briefly. I don't think the chart looks good for the next day or so. And we'll just have to add more data to see if it firms up. This is very ugly action today. But on the other hand, that's trading. I do not step away. I don't think this reflects anything to do with the company. What they're trying to do is get the company to raise money at $1.50. Look, I interviewed Martin Shen here. It's published. I interviewed him in Atlantic City. It's published. He did another interview with a group they hired, an investment group, investment advisor. IR firm, sorry. Forgot the name of it. But it's clear to me he's not going to issue stock down here. So I think the shorts are using their only strategy and it's going to fail. But we'll find out. We'll find out. Thank you, Chris. And thanks for the question, and thanks for I don't know if I'm helping you guys. And I'm not really making any money at this. My friend today said, go get a job. Go sell coffee. Go work at a bar. And I'm going to have to, I hate to sound like a preacher, but I'm just going to talk about what I've been thinking about. My knees kill me. I get gout, and but I think I have to go to church, whether there's a mass or not. Just go by myself, and I've got to kneel and just pray, because I don't know what to do. I don't think that I've been helping you guys, and I think I've, to the extent that people have listened to me as the source of information, I think I may have hurt people just being in this space. This is highly volatile. There's no protection by the regulators, and there's no brokers that recommend these stocks. But as one guy said, I forget who it was, might have been Gregory Mannarino, if you're investing in these kind of stocks or in silver or gold or water, I still love the absolutely brilliant water company that was offered to GTII. I love it. But if you can get money in those situations, I think the returns will more than make up for what we've experienced here. And I just don't know how to get you there. I don't know how to get you there. If I had to call it out, what these people do, they behave in a very evil way. It is an evil force that's working against us. But the fact is, you have to pull back and ask yourself, why do they allow it? Just to pick on one company, if the book is here, I'll show you one book you can read. And when I get my eyes fixed, I'll read these books more quickly. These are The Plunderers, How Private Equity Wrecks America. runs America? Runs Joe Biden? I don't know. You go in here and you study Leon Black and the Art of the Fleece. Well, who's Leon Black? I'm sure his name at one time in his past was something like Schwartz, some variation of Schwartz, which I think means black in German. But let's see her first mention of Leon Black. I can't find it quickly. Anyway, as far as I know, Leon Black runs BlackRock. How have these plunderers amassed such control over the nation's economy? Over decades, with singular drive to enrich themselves, they have quietly, almost secretly, accrued immense power. Our book will show how their stealth campaign has unfolded with little opposition, how with each triumph, no matter the victims, they have become more emboldened. Of course, I can't find her first mention of Leon Black. Anyway, Black, I believe his company is, let's just look it up, BlackRock. Who runs BlackRock? I need a new computer. All right, let me go over on the phone. BlackRock. Okay, about BlackRock. Asset managers. They generated 1.8 trillion of net inflows over the past 5 years. Do you know they manage the government retirement? It's called, I'm trying to remember it. My dad would always tell me the name of it. Anyway, they manage the government retirement plans. We help millions of people build long-term financial freedom. Yeah, they get you thinking about long-term while they juice themselves short-term. We make investing easier and more affordable for more Americans. iShares. Oh. Oh. All right, so who runs BlackRock? Oh, it's Lawrence Fink. Okay, so it's Lawrence Fink. Who does Leon Black run? Well, let me find out. Leon Black. Apollo Group. He's Apollo Group. Apollo Global management. So anyway, these guys have made all the money and they run, let's see, largest private equity firms by assets under management. Let's see if there's a list. Top 10 private equity firms by total equity. Blackstone Group. I thought it was BlackRock. It's Blackstone. The Blackstone Group has $1 trillion AUM. That doesn't sound like much. KKR. All right, so I'm asking the wrong question. Carlyle Group, where Adina Friedman is from, 167. I'm asking the wrong question. Largest hedge funds? Citadel. Top 10 hedge funds. Let's see if this is it. Millennium, Citadel, Bridgewater, Balassi, Mariner, Aero Street. I'm not asking the right question. Let's go a different way. How big is BlackRock? Okay, here we go. Finally, I asked the right question. BlackRock is a leading global investment management firm. The company, how did this not show up on the list? Ended 2023 with a jaw-dropping $10 trillion of assets under management. 10 trillion. What rate of return does BlackRock earn? As of today, BlackRock's WACC fund is 12 points. What is WACC? That must be some terminology. I don't know what it means. Hang on. WACC. Meaning weighted average cost of capital. Weighted average cost of, no, that's WACC. What is, yeah, that's it. So their weighted cost of capital is 12.76%. Their ROIC, meaning return on invested capital. But how does that relate to WACC? I don't know. Anyway, so BlackRock's return on invested capital is 4.78%. So 5%. That's what it says here on Guru Focus. Then lower it says on Finbox, BlackRock's operated at median return on common equity of 14.3% from fiscal years December 2019 to 2023. How does one group make 14.3% year in, year out on $10 trillion or $8 trillion? They have to cheat. And one of the ways they do it is this. This is how they do it. They hire Jeff Easton. They hire these guys. They give them the lawyers. They say, we'll get the SEC to protect you. This is my judgment. And they, Kurt Kramer in the last SEC lawsuit, they called him a 2-time recidivist. He did it 350 times in 3 years. Somebody's benefiting. And they do it from offshore. According to that research with the toad on the front, one bourse, 1 year, $27 trillion. That's my memory. I'll have to pull it out, maybe do another video on that. It's trillions of dollars. That's how they make these returns. And that's why a BlackRock is going to pick up the phone and talk to Ann Wagner. A BlackRock is going to talk to Gary Gensler. They're not going to care about us. They just don't care. So we have to start trying to use the system, like the gravity, when you send a satellite out to Pluto, you send it and it slingshots around Jupiter. It passes by Saturn and it gains momentum as it zooms by Neptune. That's how we have to use the markets now. And we really, I'm telling you, we don't have much time left, I don't think. I think the stock market has 90 days, 6 months, 9 months, could be longer, and we're going to hit highs. It's going to be nosebleed. You're not going to believe how high the market is, and it's going to make you want to get in it. And there's a trade there. And I have one big caveat. If the bond market collapses, forget what I said about the market. But I think the market can go up 20, 30, 40% from here. And there's going to be trades, and it's going to be small stocks too. It's going to be everything. There's going to be such flow of money. There's going to be leadership rotation out of NVIDIA, although NVIDIA can go higher, and it's going to go into Chevron, Oxy Petroleum, Newmont Mining, Barrick Gold, Freeport McMoran, things you know about that I don't know about. I love this stock, Will Wheaton Precious Metals. It used to be Silver Wheaton. $52. It'll go up. I think there's going to be move up in the market, but then the market is going to be subject to the collapse of your lifetime. And I think it will destroy at least one generation, but probably 2 generations of investors. People are going to say, I'm never going to invest in the market again. Now, I had a little old lady. She lived in the block behind me, but I didn't live there then, over where my house used to be. And she used to come in with her husband. He was really elderly, and they had lived through the Depression. She used to bring her little bike. She was wonderful, Dorothy Morris. She used to come in. Kefri Menick got her account. I never told her to buy anything. I never did anything. I just spent my time with her. And maybe the one thing I told her was when I think Shell Transport was doing something, either with Exxon or with Shell. I might have called her and told her that maybe she should sell that. But anyway, her account was a small account, had no assets in it. But she'd bring in her bag, and out would come a box, and she would carefully have written that during the Depression and afterwards, she and her husband would buy 1 share of Exxon. They'd buy 1 share of Motorola. They'd buy 1 share of I can't, of Caterpillar. But these would grow, but she would keep her certificates at home. She did not trust Wall Street. She'd keep the certificates. She'd come into me and she'd say, I'd like to sell, 3,000 shares of Chevron. And she'd pull out the card and they had bought one share, or they bought 5 shares. They had never sold them. So the stock splits, the dividends, they might have added a little money, and she'd end up with all this, but she kept it all at home because she did not trust the market. She was wonderful, absolutely tiny. I really liked her son, but he went with Kefri Menek, who was a big producer. So I lost touch with him. But she was wonderful. That's where the market's going to go. You're going to see a collapse in the market that people just can't believe. And it'll come down faster than it goes up. My reason for that is that people can perceive down. The stock market's already been there. It's going to be frightening. But that's when as a boss of mine used to say, that's when it becomes a market of stocks. Not all stocks will go down. Not all of them. It's going to be the high flyers, the one everybody's are in. But the precious metals, the miners, they might have a sympathetic decline briefly, but the money's going to rotate into mining and hard assets. And although, I study a little bit, I try to pay attention to China. People are telling me their steel production is down. I can't believe it. I think China's set up to provide automobiles to the middle class around the world. I don't know. I don't buy it. I think some of the information we get is meant to make us complacent. But there'll be leadership changes. There'll be things to own. And all I'm telling you, if you can make some trades now, buy physical gold, silver, platinum, do it with the Sprott physical trusts, or buy the miners that have huge leverage to the upside in gold prices, platinum prices. And one of the hardest things you're going to have to do is recognize that part of it, if your timing is right, if your leverage is right, part of it is going to create wealth. And if you're one of those lucky early people, that wealth could transform your life. But there's another part of it that's just preserving wealth. It's just preserving your status. We're going to go into a panic, a human panic, that people are going to behave in ways you don't believe. And behaving now to be your own central bank, to be your own island in the storm. And I'm not talking about a hurricane island. I'm talking about an island that protects you from the storm. After the waters calm down, your island is your protection or your continuity of maintaining a certain status, a certain independence, so that you can keep your home, so that you can still live a life where you care for your family and your friends. And it's going to be tough, but it won't take very much, I don't think. I don't think it'll take very much. If you listen to, and I think it's Jim Rickards has increased his target for gold to $35,000 an ounce. Ooh, I've always said 10,000. 35,000. That sounds like Dr. Lieb. But a lot of that's because the dollar's going to go down. So there's what we're going to be moving, what I had hoped some of these shares would have done is give you a chance to move dollars into something that increases in dollars, but dollars are no longer going to represent wealth. What's going to represent wealth, it's going to be your health, your friendships, it's going to be your independence, your protection that you have from the people you trust. Doing something you know how to do, getting income that is going to be income regardless of whether it's priced in dollars or if it ends up being priced in the Kamala Harris coin, whatever. An example I can give for that is if you own mining companies, for example, or if you own an oil and gas company, their revenues, if you own, I'm going to make it up. If you owned a series of wells, you owned royalties on a series of wells right now, which were paying you $5,000 a month right now. That's enough probably in most parts of the country, not here, but in most parts of the country, that's enough with a little bit of help. That's enough to pay your rent, pay your insurances, and maybe pay your food. You might need a little bit more, but that's what that 5,000 represents. Well, if the dollar collapses in, let's say, Social Security, I had a girlfriend, really, I did. She was, she got married, and she's a great person. She happened to be Soviet, Russian, but she wasn't strictly from the Russia part of Russia. But she was a very talented, smart person. And she got into the University of Moscow, which is Harvard in the Soviet Union. Her father was, I never met him, but I think he was a geologist, but he was very high up in the salary scale in the Soviet Union. He worked all of his life. He was older, so he had retired with her mother, and they lived, to my memory. I wish I had gone to Moscow with her. She invited me. It's one of my regrets. But to my memory, they lived north of Moscow on the Ring Road. But he had a pension that was valuable and a salary that was valuable before the ruble crisis, which is something the current president remembers. She had to leave her university because the cost of university stayed high, but the Soviet Union transitioned to Russia. Her father's pension was paid out in rubles. I'm making it up, my terms, but it was old rubles, not new rubles. It was paid out in depreciated rubles. So whatever I'm making this up. Maybe he got $12,000 a month equivalent. He's ended up with $200 a month. So my point is, a lot of the income streams that you count on could end up being severely depreciated in the new world. One way around that is to own income streams from precious metals, from oil and gas. That income stream right now that earns $5,000 from oil and gas, after whatever the transition, the panic, the transition, it will still translate at the purchasing power of $5,000 a month in the future. It might be called the Kamala Harris dollar, whatever they call it. But oil's oil, gas is gas, gold is gold, love is love, and not fade away, if you see what I mean. So you have to start thinking about, what can I do to reduce my monthly cash demands? I'm talking to myself, and increase my sources of income that are going to be valuable regardless of what they're priced in. Regardless what they're priced in. We can't believe in the United States that our Social Security checks could do what my dear girlfriend's father's checks did in Russia. But it can happen. So anyway, I'll get off that subject. I forget why I'm telling that to you, Chris. But the criminals, these big funds, this says BlackRock gets a median return on common equity, a median return on common equity of 14%. Well, if you're managing 10 trillion, how are you doing that? You plunder, you plunder, you plunder, and you pay off the cops. Well, we can't keep fighting this. We tried our best for 2 years, whatever it's been. I think we can have wins. I really do. And I think it can be one of them. But we've got to start thinking about what's coming. We're running out of time. I believe, just to give a number, I think the Dow could go to 60,000. It's at 40,000. I predicted 40,000 last year. It could go higher, but let me just say 50,000. $60,000. Well, there's room to make money. There's room to make, maybe it's DJT. But once you make money, other than securing your home, paying, I think debt, you want to get out of credit card debt. They're not going to let that, the banks aren't going to let that diminish. I think you have to look at investing in these things that are starting to hit the headlines. And I bet one more time they'll drive them down. But you've got to get into them. It might be already too late to claim a lot of leverage in physical silver. It's doubled. I'm mad at myself, but I wasn't. It's on my shopping list. The equity I left in my house, that's where I would have put it. But thank God, the guy that put $2,000 down on my house, he was able to take 600 grand out. And I couldn't, I fought with every tool I had, and I couldn't get it. But miners can provide that kind of leverage. Anyway, let's move on. I would buy, if you're looking for one thing to buy when you're buying more than one, I'd say silver, even at these prices. But I bet silver goes to 60 before I can get in it. It's very volatile. Gold is less volatile. Let me show you something, if I can find it. I don't know how to read this. Total wealth in billions. If I'm reading this correctly, BlackRock has 10 trillion under management. This is higher than I thought, but let's go with this. The UK has total wealth. The UK has total wealth of 16 trillion. France has 15 trillion. India, 15 trillion a year ago. Canada, 11 trillion. South Korea, 10 trillion. Australia, 10 trillion. That's the whole country, if I'm reading this correctly. I'm looking on Wikipedia. Africa, 6 trillion, all of Africa. So BlackRock has more more wealth. The top countries by wealth, US, then China. I wonder if our dollar collapses if that flips. US, China, Japan, Germany, UK, France, India, Canada, Italy, South Korea. All right. Oh, I didn't answer your question. Sell what to buy what? I think you're going to see some trades where you can take some profits. It's been all down, but it's not. There'll be some snapback rallies. I would buy. I should start emphasizing things I would buy. Silver Wheaton. It's now called Wheaton Precious Metals. It's $52. I think the gold companies I mentioned, Newmont. Go with the big ones first if you want. Newmont, Barrick, the copper company, Freeport McMoran. There's a gold company up in Alaska. I think it's called Novo Gold. There's another Novo down in Australia that got diluted by the shorts. I really like this one that a number of you have taken a shot on. Let me look at my list that I made, my shopping list I made. I mean, I'm not telling you that mine, got to make your own list. But I like Finger. I like Tilo. I like Silver Wheaton. I like Northwest Bio. These are I know these are in the stock area. Silver. I guess I have a short list that I wrote the other day. I'll try to get an answer for you, RW, on what things I'd recommend you look out for to buy. Grow up, Arthur. You'll make a fine adult. We understand it's small, Arthur. Hey, Luke. Love you back, mate. You all right? You all right? What happened to Finger and Ham? Finger got shorted and sold. It's under a lot of pressure from short selling, but that's my opinion. The gentleman that I learned a lot from the American Stock Exchange would say, oh no, that's just, it has to go down. That stock, there's systems in place. There's no short selling. So I think I don't think there's any selling from real sellers. I think it's all taking advantage of Regulation Show, taking advantage of the market maker exemption, And that allows people to sell stock they don't own. And I think when Finger announced that their revenues were down, that they had lost 3 cents a share versus 2 cents loss, it gave them a perfect opportunity to sell. And so I think you're seeing selling of shares that don't exist. I also think it's possible, but if you don't believe in the short position, you won't believe this, but it's possible there's a lot of coordinated suppression of the price to move to book profits in one LLC, move it to the next and the next. It's all illegal, but it's okay in our markets. They allow it. So I think that's happening. I think the fact that it's a holiday weekend allows the algorithmic selling. I think it's just disappointment that earnings were not positive, but I never told you they would be this quarter. Myself, I didn't, but other people might have expected it. I think those are the reasons Finger is down. It's probably some of your friends selling it, Chibu Moon. And I congratulate it. All right, so somebody out there is putting out on Twitter, listen to William's latest podcast. He really throws a wet blanket over Finger and GTII. If telling you I don't expect it to squeeze right away is throwing a wet blanket, that's your interpretation. That's not what I said. Okay. Well, DJT, when I look at the chart, I think once it gets through 52, I think it'll go to 100. But you're absolutely right, the one. It could be a rip roar. So, how you play it. If you play calls, only use money you can afford to lose. If you buy the stock, whatever you do. If it goes a little bit, let's say you buy it here, it goes to 52, 60, take a little bit off the money. If it goes to the 100, take a little money off the table and then let the rest go. Don't get caught like we did, like I did anyway, believing that GTII and Finger were going to go much, much higher. Yeah, Ham got in jail. Look, I just apparently on Twitter, they're saying I'm throwing a wet blanket. I'm not here, and I never have been here to just sugarcoat and promote and pump and say things are all I've never done that, and I'm not going to do it now. And I'm not going to tell you that. But anyway, if you're looking for a trade, part of what I'm saying is about trading. Another part is what I'm saying about investing. My opinion, you may not share it, but Finger at $2 is bloody cheap. And I still think it can go to $6, $7 over the next 3 months to 6 months. Well, instead of doubling your money, you're now tripling your money because it's so cheap. If you think that's throwing a wet blanket on it, I don't know. I really don't know what to tell you. The problem is everyone's impatient. Everyone wants, not you, I'm not talking about you, but the boo birds want it all now. It's a matter of waiting. And Ham thinks there can be a short squeeze at any time. And I defer to Ham on that. I really do. Tomorrow we ride. Yeah, it ran to 9. I know. It was I didn't sell any. I had to sell some as it went down, much lower, much lower, much lower. I think Finger's a great buy to average down. It could be cheaper. Put an order in below the market. Put it in at 180 or pick your own number. Pick your own number. Put it in for tomorrow. Put it in for tomorrow and Friday. Be amazing. When you talk about gold, do you like 3 buffaloes? The 3 9 buffaloes or the 4 9 maples? Oh. The best are the 4 9 maples, but it depends on what you're trying to do, Dominic. The Austrian, what is it, harp or whatever it is, the musical ones, I think those are also 4 9. You got to buy what people will recognize where you live. So if you're using it as emergency money in lieu of money, for example, if you buy junk coins, don't open it because in a spike you want to send it in to sell them. But if for some reason society breaks down and you need to buy 20 gallons of gasoline and you bring in a bar of gold, they're not going to have change for that. My suspicion is there will be a black market for dollar bills and $10 bills, but you don't know. It might be you need $1,000 to buy 20 gallons of gas. I don't know. That'll be out of your control. But if you have junk silver, it might be that 10 dimes buy 20 gallons. I don't know. But whatever it is, my point is you won't get change. So you need what is recognizable to a guy that sells you gasoline. He's not going to, he may or may not. I think he'd recognize the maples, but he may or may not. He may or may not. If you were to buy U.S. mint, it's, as you point out, it's not as quite as fine, but I don't think that's going to matter if you're using it to get the hell out of Dodge. The other thing, Dominic, and I hate to bring this one up, is you have to think about counterfeiting. There are people out there that counterfeit minted coins. So I would stick with the best mints, the absolute best mints. To me, that's Australia, Canada, US, Switzerland. Maybe I used to like the Somali elephants, but maybe some of the others. But if you don't own anything, I would start with the US mint, even though it's not 4 9s. I don't, there's other people that say you need to buy certain coins. I don't think it's going to matter if you buy a coin at $50 an ounce silver, or you buy one at $25 an ounce. If silver goes to 500, does it really matter? So those premiums that you're paying now to get an extra 9, I don't know that it's going to be worth it to you once the much higher prices come. Right now, I think your goal should be to own as many ounces as you can, not the finest ounce. More ounces is what you should own. One other issue, Dominic, which I can't give advice on, but US dollar coins can be interpreted, I'm not making this interpretation, as US currency. So there may be tax benefits or consequences there, but you got to check with an expert on that. Yeah, I think depending on your how much you own, I think it's much more important to buy as many ounces as you can afford rather than to buy the best ounce. You know, if you have a certain amount of money and you can buy 75 of the, like you call it, the 4 9s, and it's one of the great, it's one of the, it's one of the animal, I don't know, I can't remember the animals. It's the moose, or it's the bobcat from 15 years ago, and it's trading at a huge profit. So you can buy 75 of those, or you could buy 100 of the buffaloes. Buy 100 of the buffaloes. That's my opinion. Well, Matthew, I listened to the veterans call last night, that Junk Savvy Curtis, and I Angler was on this morning. Busy, a bunch of hard charging veterans were on. I listened to the whole thing, and there was a lot of pain, but I think you were screwed on those 2 days trading. I think I've heard numbers as high as 25,000 a share that printed and then was reversed. Can't prove it, but I trust who told me. So I think there was a squeeze there, and I think you were screwed on that. I have to say that because of the people on Twitter, a lot of you, Matthew, have not gotten your real shares. So there's an opportunity to move your MMTLP, as you call it, to real shares of NextBridge. And I like that deal. I overpaid. I paid $8, $7.96. I think I bought it on the Tuesday. It might have been the Wednesday. I bought it on 2 days. It could have been Tuesday, Wednesday, or it was Wednesday, Thursday, something like that, before they halted trading. And I wish I had bought it when it was $1 or $2, but I didn't. So I didn't get the short squeeze, which I was counting on. And I wanted to use that money. Frankly, if it was big enough, I would have done some of my shopping list. But I didn't get that. But now I feel so fortunate that I was able to transfer from MMTLP into real shares. I couldn't believe it that they were still letting me do it. But look at TradeStation. People can't do it apparently at TradeStation. Look at Robinhood. People can't do it at Robinhood. So please, Matthew, number one thing, move your shares of MMTLP to NextBridge. Number one thing. I love that you moved your average down on Finger. That's my opinion. but finger at some point, and I know the Twitter is saying I'm throwing a wet towel. They're trying to scare you. They're not listening to everything I'm saying. In the short run, it doesn't look that great. That gives you a chance to buy more like you did. If you want to. I'm not pushing the stock, but if you want to. I believe Finger is going to go on its own some to $6, $7, $8, $9 a share, but I would stick with I would go 5, 7, 8 range now, 5, 6, 7 range, something like that, over the next few months. But then it has a trigger. It has the surprise cachet for doing much, much better. Finger is an exciting stock. GTII, I don't want to get bogged down in it. In 45 minutes, I'll try to end before then. Not Legal Advice is going to have a live talking about GTII. As soon as we can change who's how it's being, whatever, the direction, the vision, I think you're going to see a chance to have something happen in GTII. But right now, I don't see it right now. It doesn't mean you shouldn't buy it, but I think you did the right thing buying Finger. That's all I can say. My eyesight is disappearing. Thank you, Mr. Matt. Trump team is the only hope we have for a squeeze. That's what Ham seems to think. It's a pretty good hope. Pretty good hope. I don't think there's any love lost between the banks and Mr. Trump. Well, I think silver, see, it's going to be a dance. And by the way, once silver goes up, I don't want you to hold it forever either, you know? Yes, I think the purchasing power of silver will go up. But will it go as up? Look, Mr. Matt, this is my prediction. It's way out on a limb. But I think there'll be a point where 1 ounce of silver is equal to 1 ounce of gold. That is preposterous. Don't invest for that. Don't invest for that. More likely is 16 to 1. 16 to 1. 1 ounce of silver. 1 ounce of gold will be worth 16 ounces of silver. That means a lot of buying power. Do you think it's good news? I don't know what his news is, but I think it will be progress. My eyes, I don't know. My eyes adored you. I'm having a real hard time. I can't read anything. I hope it's temporary. My eyes adored you. I think that can go up. I'm going to go up to the top because I didn't get to Angler. I can't read anything, guys. IPS 71 would be at, oh, let me see. You said 2 things. Hi, just checking. Just checking. I listen later. Confused about Finger Quarterly. What revenues did they lose and why? I just assumed that all the new stuff, like rich content, etc., would be additive. Why would they lose text whatever to grow rich content whatever? Why didn't the one add to the one they had? What I understand happened is it's not between those two. They have top-up business, and for some reason the top-up business was, he answers it in my interview and I can't remember what he said, but for some reason that business was on hold, or the accounting was on hold, or it was delayed. But luckily his team was able to ramp up the text message business. So PS 71. I had to go to Yahoo for it. They announced their financials. I'm having a very hard time reading. But when you come down here, their revenue from telecommunications products, that is the top-up business. No, sorry, that's all the business. I'm having a hard time reading it. I'm sorry. The Yahoo report is different than the one I read from the SEC filing. So let's just read this. They reported revenue, annual revenue. Oh, is this? Oh, this is May. Sorry. All right, let me get it from the filing. Okay, the June 28th filing. It's not on Yahoo for some reason. Okay, so their quarterly revenue from telecommunications was 8.37 million, but their quarterly revenue from telecommunications products and services was down by 11.8 million. It was down by 98%. So that's just whatever it was is being shifted. And I don't remember that reason. However, simultaneously, their text messaging and their SMS and MMS grew by 8 million, which was an increase of 100,000%, because they had done $10,000 the previous year. So that's where they balanced it out. They explain that their decrease in revenue of 3.8 million compared to the 3 months ended last year was, they had an increase in their SMS MNS of 8 million, offset by a decrease of 11.8 in the telecommunications products and service and big data. They're very small in big data. The SMS and MMS saw a significant revenue increase due to the strategic reallocations of resources to this segment, allowing FingerMotion to capitalize on higher margins and improve profitability. This strategic shift reflects the company's focus on optimizing its business portfolio by prioritizing higher margin segments. So anyway, the top-up business is low margin. PS71, it has given the Boo Birds something to talk about. But if you listen to his whole thing, what I heard is this year, this fiscal year, which goes into next year for them, they're going to get to profitability. He didn't say in the press release, definitely, but if you listen to him, they're heading there. And he also intimated that there may be other big things coming, but he couldn't really talk about it. And I couldn't tell if it's for sure. I cannot read, guys. The problem is that they did too much of the same trick, in my opinion. Sell down ever more different stocks to get. Yeah, the 7 dominates. Well, also the 7 dominates because a lot of people buy in their retirement plan the same funds, same ETFs, and there's a reinvestment aspect to it. Also, they all copy each other. Larry Fink is the founder of BlackRock. Okay. Founder of Apollo. Guys, I can't read. You're helping people need good people. Thank you very much, Chris. This is scary. Can you lose your eyesight in one? Why is Ham banned? I don't know why he's banned. I imagine he comes on full force, doesn't he? Hi, William. Would disagree 100%. You are an important piece of the puzzle. Believe everyone has learned so much from you. Thank you, Tom. I don't know if you were on that call yesterday, but if you were, I did listen. I think your last name is Murphy, maybe? I can't remember. Thank you, Dominic. I really appreciate that. RW. Yeah, that's me. Okay. David, I can't read it. You and Ham were talking 210 finger earlier. Is that the margin call price? I think Ham was saying that there was something about 210. He thought they were crossing it and trying to manipulate around the 210. Ham believes that this could not only turn around very quickly, you could get massive buy-ins in finger soon and quickly. I'm not willing to talk about a short squeeze happening tomorrow. And I'm not saying he is either. Good news for Trump. The main rap against him, the lawyer involved in the presidency, evidence is now immune. So the inadmissible threw out good news. Yeah, I didn't do a good job reading that. Big JR, hi. Guys, I can't read most of this. I'm encouraged that I read that. I remember Sasquatch thinks it's going to turn around. I want to get up to Angler. I'm sure he's gone by now, but I saw him. I meant to answer. Where's him? He was here. But I think it'll be all right. But I think they're going to be under the pressure for a while. They took bad financing. Forking is Fernando. Yeah, he has been banned. Okay. I don't think you meant to use that word. Okay. Oh, I gotta end quickly so you can go listen to Not. I'm not sure they're going to use an ATM, but all right. My eyesight is frightening me. Yes, I saw that. I said yes. Yes, they diluted. Darn it. But I think it's to keep the shell positive so they can do the reverse mergers. Yeah, I did that. I talked about Billy Ray. Dog's not going to hunt. I talked about that. Here's Ordinary Angler. The criminals will try to make Finger go below $1. They will get the company to reverse split to stay on the NASDAQ. I've seen it over. They're going to try to do that. I don't have verification in an interview, but I believe that is the goal. That's Adina Friedman's NASDAQ. Bring companies on, woo them up there, and then the criminals go to work to do exactly what you say. But I don't think it's going to work here. And further, I actually think he won't do it. But I think he'd rather go on the over the counter than do a reverse split. Diesel's up 12 cents. Wow. Yeah, I think it's a good price. Well, that may be true. We create, but we're losing our ability to create. You're not allowed to say the wrong thing or make people feel uncomfortable. I hope we keep our creative. A lot of creativity. Yeah, the criminals want to get it to stay under $1. I don't think they're going to be able to do it. I really don't. But I would be what's the word? I can't think of the word. I would just be simply wrong to tell you that's not a possibility. Antonio, we can talk about bonds later. I don't have time since all right, I don't know if I missed anything up here. Yeah, TradeStation, please move. This will happen to other brokerage firms. Please move your that's my opinion. Move your MMTLP to Nextbridge while you can. Hey, Red Hook Texan, that's one I forgot to say hi. I don't know. Nothing happened. Patrick Byrne will never be head of the SEC. Yeah, they don't want to clean it up. What's David saying? Sorry. What about all these press releases? They're not going to get us in trouble because they know they're making it. We sound we never get. Which one? Let me finish because I'm getting ready to drive the road and I just about have it. Not sure why that's still doing up. Blame me. Which one are you talking about, David? What about all these press releases that they keep putting out? Are they going to get themselves in trouble? Because the way that you're making it sound, we may never get there. I don't know which stock you're talking about. If you're talking about Finger, I don't see it that way. I think Finger is going to get there. They only put out one press release, which was earnings. I think Finger is going to get there. And in fact, if your portfolio is hurting, Finger's at such a price that you may consider taking a tax loss elsewhere to add to Finger. I think Finger is going to be one of the strongest performers from here on out. $2 is cheap. What other one could you be talking about? David, I'm sure you're not listening right now because you pulled off the road. We can follow up tomorrow. Don't blame yourself. But we shouldn't. The way the market's set up, you should just invest with BlackRock or Apollo. Is there working capital GETI? I don't know how much, but there was. They raised $3 or $4 million from that special warrant as a dividend. I don't know how much is left. That's not what I said. It's not what I said. It's not what I said. Hey, Vanden Place. I think Finger's the one. If you had to buy one, I'd buy Finger. But Big Orange, I've said it several times. And of course, Finger's down 50 cents from one time I said it last. If you have new money to commit, let's just say you had $5,000 that you felt like you could throw away. I'd put 2,500 into Finger and 2,500 into whatever else, GTII, or, I don't know, maybe you follow GME or Chewy or something. My point is, if you put it in something else that you're not as secure, feeling good about, I think Finger's going to at least double or triple. And that's not a promise. That's just a projection, of course. But I think it's going to do well. And I don't think the criminals are going to be successful with this CEO. I just don't think so. Of course, anything can happen, That's the problem with the market. But I think Finger can give you your money back that way. In other words, if you have $5,000, you buy half of Finger, you buy half of, Podunk Security, and Podunk Security goes to zero. I think Finger will double at least. You might have to wait. You might have to wait. But that gets all of that money back. And I actually think at $2, Finger is likely to triple from here in its sleep. In its sleep. But you might have to wait. You might have to wait. Um, it's the slow time of summer. There's a holiday coming up. They just had earnings that can be pointed out to you to scare you. So these guys try to get us down and get out and all that. I think these are good prices. Doesn't mean it can't go lower, sure. So maybe put in, if you want, put in an order under the market, see what happens. But I would just buy it at these levels, take the risk of overpaying. Maybe it goes to 180. Well, I missed it. But at least I know I got in here. And if it goes back to 6, I got a great price. That's how I look at it. That's great that you bought 300 at 198. I think that's great. Absolutely beautiful. Okay, here's the question. Yeah, I think Ham, I don't know if you're still listening. I think Ham firmly believes, and I'm telling you, Ham can read this much better than. Hey, look, Ham made his living reading trading, reading patterns, trading big bucks. I was removed from that. So listen to him. But I've been right, David, over the last several months in telling people that when I was asked that I didn't expect Finger to squeeze imminently. I've been right. I still feel that way because I don't know what other thing to say than it. I just don't feel it. I don't feel looking at the chart in the volume it doesn't feel like it. But when it turns, it can turn on a dime. And I agree with him 100%. The time to accumulate, I wrote it down here. Buy when they are ugly. There's another word he said. Something like buy when they are ugly. Something like that. I agree with that. Finger, I don't know that Finger's as cheap as the criminals are going to drive it down. They're on Twitter saying that I put a wet blanket on it. They want to drive these things lower. And I'm going to end in 6 minutes. I'm going to end at 1:15 so you can go listen to Not Legal Advice. I want to be very respectful of Not Legal Advice. I love that comment, Mr. Matt. I love that comment. I have a friend who I realize is a womanist, and I'm for women. I love women. And going back, David, Ham believes the squeeze can happen anytime. And he talks to the big buyers. He knows the big buyers coming in. I just think for people's mental health, they should be in Finger, maybe accumulating Finger, knowing that it's a solid fundamental story that in 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, it can double, triple, or better, all on its lonesome, as they say, all on its lonesome. And then during that time, you have that potential for that dramatic uplift. But I don't want people buying it for the squeeze. I guess that's my difference. I don't want you thinking, all right, I'm going to buy it. It's going to be in a squeeze. When's it going to happen? It's going to happen tomorrow. There's going to be earnings. There's going to be this, there. That's the difference. I think it makes a brilliant allocation of capital at these levels. And I'm not giving financial advice. Which has the potential for a squeeze. It's Ham doesn't you normally care about fundamentals. He just sees the patterns. He sees when the trading, when you're going to see something trade up. In this case, he knows the fundamentals really, really well. And I really love the story of Finger. I think it's an amazing story. Do you agree? Ham said he confident 100% by a squeeze by next year. I don't know if he said that, but Ham is extremely. He said it on the call here. He thinks it could squeeze at any time. At any time. Do I agree with that? I think it's possible, but I just have to reiterate. I think the reason to hold Finger or to buy Finger is for a really nice trade that in any other scenario we'd be happy with. If I told you you can make 100% on your money, 200%, 300% in within a year, those are nice numbers. So that's why I like it. And my feeling is, Pharaoh, that they have these squeezes under control. They got caught out on a couple. Citadel rescued Melvin Capital. SAC rescued another one. And they've been under control ever since. That's my opinion. Michelle Obama or RFK? Well, RFK, what if RFK had never dropped out of the Democratic Party? They'd be all turning to him right now. All right. All right. I got 3 minutes to go. I'm gonna see if there's any kind of news to report. There isn't that I quickly looked. Oh, let me try one more. Nope, I don't see any filings quickly. Let me just see if there's news that would amuse. Gene Hackman is 94. Oh my gosh. The Republican Party has secured enough votes to arrest Attorney General Merrick Garland. That's Anna Paulina Luna. Rosie O'Donnell has a meltdown. Democratic governors are teaming up to remove Joe Biden, ? Judge Merchan delays Trump's sentencing to September. As the days dwindle down to a precious few, November, December. Okay. I don't see any real news. So Djokovic won today. Thank you for tuning in. I wish I did a better job. And apparently, if I say something one way, it goes on Twitter. If I say it a different way, it goes on Twitter. I really can't prevent that. I'm not a pumper. So if they want me to be a pumper, I'm not. So anyway. All right. So go listen to Not Legal Advice at 7 if you want to. Re-listen to Busy, Curtis's, and Junk's call from last night. It was amazing. And I wish you all the best. And I hope we get through this. I appreciate the support, and I don't know what else to say. It's been a long trek. And it's painful. It's painful. And I'm just not sure, you know, we're swimming in the deep end of the pool, and I'm not sure that's all that easy. So I'll leave it there. We'll see you tomorrow, and cheers.